I've seen.
Thank you, brother. We trying to make it up to the top. You know what I mean? Trying to get there for the peoples.
Yeah, man. Keep doing that, brother. Yeah, yeah. I just wanted to come up and give you your flowers, man. Get out your way.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. God bless you.
God bless, man.
Sure. Seven Power said, make sure it's recording on YouTube. I gotta go study. It is recording on YouTube. Yes, we are live on YouTube and on TikTok. What's up to the YouTube audience? Hope y'all doing well as well. Like I said, we don't usually go live on Sundays. We usually do Monday and through the week. Sundays is when we, content create and clips and put it through, put all of the stuff that we made through the week throughout the in the queue. What up, Jackie? Hello, Jesus child. Hello. But yeah, hope y'all are doing well today. Today is the Saint Day of Saint Catherine. Again, this is not going to be a full live highlight. It's not going to be a full live again. Like I said, we're going to maybe have a few discussions about this topic here. What's up, Mia? How you doing? And then we're going to do a debate review on Bryce J's debate. Bryce J had a debate yesterday against the papacy. I was able to see some of it. I was not able to see all of it. So we are going to then do the debate review. We're going to start the debate review at the hour mark. So we have until the hour mark to get any type of disagreeers on this topic or simply discuss this topic in and of itself. What up, Manny? God bless. So the topic is Muslims and Christians. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the gifts. Muslims and Christians do not worship the same God. Now, the reason why I say this as an Orthodox Christian is because that's what the Orthodox holds to. We don't hold to the same God. Now, the other side says that we do hold to the same God in reference, not in sense. So we're not going to straw man their position. We're simply going to say what they say. It is they do not worship the same God in the same sense. However, the object of reference is the same God. Now, I've been studying this a little bit. I think I have an argument that shows the absurdity of that. The argument goes something like this. The object, right, is simple, or the referent is simply the object or the presentation, not the explanation. Okay? The presentation, not the explanation. So they don't necessarily, the other side won't say, of course they don't worship the triune God or the Trinity or this and that, the third, right? That's the sense. That is the explanation. But they worship the same God as in the referent, the God of Abraham, right? That's it. Just the referent. Now, here is my polemic against that. Sorry, guys. My fault. Here is my polemic against that. My polemic comes from the Bible itself. Okay? Because the Bible, in tandem with the historic tradition of the church, is the ultimate authority. And I'll show you as an example. In Exodus chapter 32, verse 4, it says, and he took this from their hand, talking about gold, right? Let's start with verse 3. Then all the people tore off the gold rings which were in their ears and brought them to Aaron. And he took this from their hand and fashioned it with the graving tool and made it into a molten calf. And they said, this is your God who brought you up out of the land of Egypt. Now, Beast Mode blessed. God bless you, brother. God bless. Now, according to their logic, the golden calf would have to be the same God in reference. Because the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, God of Jacob is the God of Israel. Same referent. We're not going into sense yet. Aaron said, this is your God. Was Aaron correct? Was that correct? Was that a correct statement? Aaron took the golden calf and said to the people of Israel, this is your God. Was he correct in reference? Is that the same God in reference? Not in sense. Not in sense. We're not mentioning any type of sense here. Aaron says, this is your God who brought you out of Egypt. If they're going to be logically consistent, they would have to say that the golden calf is the same God by reference. And therefore, then why did God get mad? Why did God get upset? Why did God want to wipe them off the face of the earth? It's the same. They're referencing the same God. By reference, at least. Because the other side says that we adore and worship the same God. So then the same thing goes for the golden calf. We have to. If we're going to be logically consistent. Because we're not strawmanning them. Right? Oh, what up, TB? My bad, brother. I ain't miss you, man. I'm going back and forth between the chats. What up, TB, man? God bless you. So that is my polemic against that understanding of Christians and Muslims worshiping the same God. Oh, let me go public. Oops, sorry guys, give me 1 second. I forgot to go public on my vertical. So I'm interested in having this is an argument that I'm developing. I'm interested. I'm in having a conversation and it being battle tested, but I don't see how it's being short or anything. Hello.
Yeah, what's up?
What's up? Do you disagree with the topic?
Somewhat. It's more of a question. I was looking at I was trying to understand why the Jewish people don't feel that Jesus is the Messiah.
Because they reject their God.
No, it's because they had prophecies, and some of them
They
Jesus
didn't
seemed not to fulfill.
Yeah. They felt like he didn't fulfill certain prophecies, but he did from an actual understanding. They just don't have the proper understanding, which is why they reject their God. It's even said about it in their scriptures that they wouldn't understand. Isaiah 29. But that's not the topic of conversation. Do you actually want to engage in the topic of conversation or no?
The Muslims and Christians don't worship. No, I'll come back with this. I don't really know enough information to debate that, but I'll be back later on to talk about this if you want. It's so cool. Okay.
Okay. Whenever I have that topic,
Peace,
you can program. No problem. God bless. All right. So, just in case you're just coming into the live and you did not hear the argument for the topic of conversation, the topic of conversation is that Christians and Muslims do not worship the same God. Because the reason why we've been having this topic is because there are some that believe that we do. Now, not to straw man them, here's how they present that we do. They say Muslims and Christians worship and adore the same God, not in sense, in the same sense or understanding, but by reference. By reference. Now, the difference between referent and sense, from what they articulate, that referent is simply going to be the object, right? The God, since there's only one, right? The God of Abraham. There's only one of those. That's the reference. The sense would be, again, he's triune, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, essence, energy, whatever. I absolutely divine. You know what I mean? Like, these are all senses, not the referent. Now, my polemic of why that understanding is, I would say, biblically absurd is the example of the golden calf. In Exodus 32, 3 and 4, Aaron makes the golden calf and says, "This is your God who brought you out of Egypt." It's just referent. There is no sense established there. That's just, this is your God. Referent. Is that the same God in referent? Is that the same God in referent? No. Now, the next logical conclusion, or the next logical step after we've debunked that, is what is the actual proper understanding? From, what's up, Mehdi? God bless. Well, from an Orthodox understanding, we say their God doesn't exist. Mr. Jaza, God bless. How you doing? From an Orthodox standpoint, we say, well, that Muslim God just actually isn't real. Doesn't exist. Since the only God that exists is the God that is triune, any other God doesn't actually exist. Their God isn't real. Doesn't have an actual existence. So, referent or not, you're referring to something that doesn't actually exist. Just like the golden calf doesn't actually exist as a god, so too any other god. And it's biblically and logically absurd to say that the golden calf is the same God as Yahweh in reference. And this is the gripe with the quote-unquote scholasticism of the West that the East may have. Now, Third Eye says, yeah, buddy, you're lost. So yet you're in the comments. What's the actual defeater? Can you actually engage in what's being said? Or are you just a bot? Are you in bot mode? Are you a bot? Or can you actually articulate that? Nobody, do you think it's heretical to say that we do? From an Orthodox standpoint, it is heretical. Because Orthodox condemns Muhammad and his teachings. Council of Constantinople 1180. From a Catholic standpoint, they wouldn't say you're heretical. That's a part of what they believe. I think it's absurd. Now, to be charitable, I understand what they're trying to say. I understand what they're trying to say and what their what their purpose of saying it. But so why do Patriarch Bartholomew and Patriarch Kirill say we do? Because they're in error, which they can be. From an Orthodox standpoint, we don't have a pope. So our objective dogma is the conciliar consensus, not what individuals say. They are saying something incorrect, which certain patriarchs can do. However, there is no council that states we do. Like I stated, Council of Constantinople of 1180 states the opposite. Now, they're just wrong. They're just wrong on that. Just facts. Now, God bless them for the position that they're ordained with, of course. But that doesn't mean that they are absolutely right about every single thing. This particularly is something that they will be incorrect on. Now, I have to also see where they say that, in what context they say that, and why they even say that. But yeah, no, that's incorrect. So that's what I said. That's the argument of why it will be biblically and logically absurd to say that Muslims and Christians worship the same God, even if you're just saying in reference. So if anybody would like to have questions about that or engage in that, yeah. And Cyrillian, again, I'm only a neophyte and layman, so I would say it would be more so materially heretical, not necessarily formally heretical. But again, we do, from an Orthodox standpoint, we do have councils that do anathematize Muhammad and his teachings. That would necessitate his God. Yeah, you should. St. John of Damascus. We got fathers upon fathers writing against Islam, against Islam. You know what I'm saying? Like, so and so against the Mohammedans, so and so against the Ishmaelites. Like, TB said, I may think I'm married to Idris Elba. That doesn't mean it's true. I am. It has to be factual to be true. Correct. That's also correct. Which is why, again, I think it's more apt from an Orthodox standpoint to just say their God isn't actually God. Like, their God isn't, they don't worship a God that actually exists. Right? Like, their God doesn't actually exist. When they're giving their supplications, to their God, do we say that they're going to Yahweh? Are they going to the triune God? Actually? So, like, what do we I don't. But again, like I said, I get why they're trying to, because their whole purpose is trying to give it the grounding that Islam is wrong. Right? So therefore, in order to say that it's wrong, we have to show them that they have a God. It's just they don't worship him right. So they got the same God as ours, but it's our duty to show how to properly worship that said God. So bring them into, the fold. I get it. It's stupid. I get it. It's stupid though, because we can just show their God don't actually exist, because the only God that actually exists in this way. The second biblical backing, right, is the question, okay, by reference, do they have the Father? By reference, do they have the Father? They would have to say yes. They would have to say yes. Or otherwise it would collapse. If they say no, then they don't have the true God. They don't have the only true God. If by reference they do not have the Father, then they do not have the only true God. if they say yes, that they do have the Father, if they do have the Father by reference, do they deny the Son? Do they deny the Son? If they deny the Son, the blessed apostle, the holy and blessed apostle says, then they don't have the Father. So who's right? Who's right? Is John correct then? Or is John mistaken? Is it, but John, though he's guided by the Holy Spirit, he ain't know about Freg. He didn't know about thousands of years later Freg and all these other worldly philosophers and their truth though. So he not gonna really know sense and reference and all that, right? No. What? What? Are you serious? Like, are we dead ass? Are we dead ass for real? So that's the second prong. First prong is, you got to say that the golden calf is the same God by reference. And in two, you got to now make John a liar. This is why we are the team that we are. This is the gripe with having scholasticism as the top priority. In your pursuit to be intellectually correct, you make it absurdity. You make it absurdity. This is facts. You know? So, we're going to give it a few more minutes. If there's no other questions or any opportunities that want to talk about this topic, we're going to again pull up the Bryce J and Robert Tallon debate on papacy. And then we're going to react to that. And then we're going to end it off. Because like I said, this is not going to be a very long live. This is another test live. In the meantime, how are y'all? On happy Sunday. So today's the saint day of Saint Catherine. I know she is a very, very, very popular saint for the sisters in Christ. Super dope, Holy Virgin, Saint Catherine. She is, Marisa, I love her. Yeah, she is. She's super dope. Super duper dope. What about you, nobody? I'm cool, man. You know, just one day at a time, staying in gratitude and prayer. We're fasting right now, so doing that as well. What up, twin? I made some fish. So while we watching the debate, nativity fast. So while watching the debate, I'm a chomp on that a little bit. But yeah, cool, man. Better than I deserve to be. One day at a time. One day at a time. I'm like to become an orthodoxy. Yeah. Yeah, man, we need some melanin. Only way we can get melanated is if melanin come on over, you know? So come on over. Yeah. You know, I was thinking this is be my fantasy thoughts. this just be my fantasy thoughts. I'm like, what if God allowed Protestantism, right, like as like a rebuke? It's like a rebuke for the other side. What if God just allowed it and eventually bring him into orthodoxy? You got a new study Bible. What should I study first, Dom? Oh yeah, what kind of study Bible did you get? You got an Orthodox study Bible? Or did you just get like just like just a different? If you got an Orthodox study Bible, I mean, you should just read. You should just ESV. I downloaded an OSB. Okay. Well, if you have an Orthodox study Bible, then just like, I don't know if you ever have any daily readings, any app that makes you have a daily reading, or if you're hooked up to any type of calendar that gives you daily readings. But with your daily readings, read the Orthodox study Bible in their daily readings, and then see what the Orthodox study Bible commentaries say. You know, just keep them inside. I feel like that's like a real base entry, like way of studying. You know, reading the Bible itself, especially coming from Protestantism, that's sola scriptura, and I just love the Bible, and which is beautiful, of course. That's like a good way to, like, you know, gradually grow. Like, okay, I don't really want to read the Bible just yet. I never want to read the Bible. You never read the Bible. I don't want to go outside of the Bible just yet. So let me read commentary in the Bible. You know, like a wean off or a wean toward a growth thing. But like, for instance, I was talking to a Protestant last night that said that the Eucharist is symbolic, and I didn't run tack on nothing. I didn't run tack on him or anything yet or right away. But I just asked him. I was just like, "Yo, why do you think it's symbolic? Like, what do you get from the scriptures that make you say, oh yeah, that's a symbol for real?" And then he says, when Jesus says, "I am the bread of life," I said, okay, what? Ooh, yeah, I'm definitely praying for you, bruh. Yeah, like I'm definitely praying for you on that. Car troubles are the worst. I know it. I've had car troubles too, especially I've had car troubles with alternator stuff, and oof. Definitely praying for you on that. I understand this time of year is always tougher. Let's just say I concur. We together in this. I'm praying for you, sister, for sure. That's how I be. That's how it be. Had a blowout on the highway one time. My alternator belt snapped. Had to figure out, like, bruh. I really pray that you are gonna get through it. That's not a doubt. But I pray that God gives you assurance and peace and comfort as He's getting you through it. For sure. I've car broke down last week, man. Everybody's car breaking down, bro. Oof. Bruh. And that thing is, right? Because I'm going to make another video. Because I made that first video about coming to Orthodoxy. I'm going to make a video about, like, all right, 6 months, 1 year in, whatever. Like, and the things that they tell you and the things that they don't tell you when it comes to this Orthodox walk. And one of the things they don't tell you is that it doesn't necessarily get easier, per se. It's not necessarily easier. It's just a different capacity. And in that capacity, the heat definitely gets turned up a little bit. like, bruh. Like, sure. And then, talk about ignorance is bliss. Sometimes I wish it was a little wish it was a little bliss. Jackie said, my priest told me it was going to get hard, but the piece is different. Now that's very accurate. Because Mia just asked for an example. Oh, you bailed on Aquinas? What do you mean bailed on Aquinas? I never had Aquinas. I was never Catholic. So an example. What's an example? It's hard to really talk about it like practically. Like, okay. So like, let's say something like financial hardships or health hardships or whatever it may be, right? Those things still come. My Trinitarian theology was Thomistic. What makes you say that? Can you give me an example of how it was Thomistic? Those hardships and everything still come. They still get, put in your path, and the pruning still happens, but it's more potent. It's some potent pruning because of the state and capacity in which you're in and awareness of it. Difference is these tools that you have now in fighting it are better and stronger. But because they're better and stronger in that pruning, God gives you harder things to build. Right? So example, right? If you have a steak knife, right? And you have the task of cutting something, right? Steak knife, you can cut steak, cut paper, and cut, stuff. Some stuff is harder to cut, and some stuff is easier to cut with a steak knife, right? Well, if you get a chainsaw, right? Now you can cut more stuff, but you can also cut bigger stuff. You can cut entire trees. Well, here's the thing. God might put you in front of a tree and make you look up at that tree like, oh, snap, that thing kind of big. But you have a chainsaw, though. Now you can cut the tree with this chainsaw. Though it may take time. Though it might get a little messy. You might get some wood chips in your hair and whatnot, But you are for sure cutting this tree with this chainsaw because you got a chainsaw. Versus if you had a butter knife or a steak knife, you might not be able to cut that tree down. So, the battle is in cutting that tree. The assurance is that you got this chainsaw. And you know for a fact this chainsaw can cut down that tree. So you endure. You hold on to the chainsaw. And as the chainsaw cuts, you hold on to it. So it's a synergy that's happening with you and the chainsaw. And you cut through the tree eventually. But if you let go of the chainsaw, you might hurt yourself. Don't let go of the chainsaw. And the capacity if you have in the chainsaw makes you want to hold on to the chainsaw because you know instinctively and innately because of the new capacity of having the chainsaw that if you let go of this chainsaw, it's going to be hella dangerous for you. So you want to hold on to the chainsaw. That is probably the most analogy, analog type of example I could kind of give for the difference and the walk in Orthodoxy, Probably that's the best I can kind of give it, But it is a walk of virtue for sure, regardless. Oh man. Okay, we ain't got no ops. That's fine. let's go ahead and pull up the debate. Oh, this man Nick is live. That's why I ain't got no ops. Yeah, the Bryce debate. Nick always trying to go live when I'm going live, bro. Swear. Something, man. Oh, he's live on YouTube. That was like, I don't see him live on TikTok. He's live on YouTube right now. It's cool. That's fine. Okay. Let us go to Bryce J. He did call it yesterday for Christians only. Oh, he did? Oh, okay. All right.
And answer direct.
All right. So we're going to start from the beginning. I saw some of this, but you guys might not have. And the people that are watching this might not have. So we're going to get into it. All right, guys. Oh, I had not been recording. Oh my God, bro. I hate when I do that. Haven't been recording this entire time. I'm going to have to download the TikTok live. It's fine. All right. Nah, it was so far. For what I saw, it is them boys are squabbling. They're squabbling. Morgan said Bryce versus who? Bryce J versus Rabbi Talon. Catholic. Papist. A lawyer. So, guys, grab your food, grab your snacks, grab your drink. We're going to be reacting to this. We're going to get right into it. Welcome to this segment of the live. All right, let's get it. I'll be right back while I get my food.
All right, what's up, everybody? My name is Alexander Medeiros. This is the Wi-Fi Gospel YouTube channel. Tonight, I'm going to be hosting a debate between Bryce J and Talon. On the topic, was the papacy taught at Chalcedon? It's going to be a great debate tonight. I appreciate all you being here. Make sure to like, share the stream, comment a bunch of times for the algorithm. It's going to be a huge debate, all right? Basically, the format, we're going to have 20-minute openings, 10-minute rebuttals, 15-minute cross exams, and then a 30-minute Q&A at the end. As far as the questions and answers go, we're going to be prioritizing super chats first, and then we'll get to the rest of the questions once we get through super chats. So go ahead and send those super chats in if you want your question prioritized. I'm going to have our guests tonight introduce themselves. Talon, why don't you go first?
I am Talon. I am a Roman Catholic who defends the papacy. You can find my socials where you can find me is on TikTok, Rabbi Talon, YouTube, Rabbi Talon, my Twitter, Papist Talon, and Instagram, it's just Papist Talon.
It's awesome.
Cool.
Bryce?
Yep, my name is Bryce J. I'm an Eastern Orthodox apologist, and I just recently started studying the papacy and thought I wanted to argue about it now. So you can find me on TikTok at Bryce J Official and YouTube at Bryce J Official, and that's pretty much all I use.
Nice. Now, I just have a little introduction video I put together in the spirit of, since, Christmas is around the corner, just lighten the mood a little bit. After the introduction video, we'll get started with Talon's opening statement.
Just hear those sleigh bells jingling-a-ring, ting-a-ting-a-ling-a-too. Ring-a-ling-a-ling-a-ding, come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with a Jew.
All right. Okay. I don't know if Robert Talon's an actual lawyer, but I know he's a papal lawyer. That's what he gets called in the debate sometime. But all right, let's get to the opening.
An absolute monarch, tyrannical dictator.
Whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer.
Amazing. Okay. Vatican I teaches that the Pope is the head of all churches, that he can speak infallibly when speaking ex cathedra, that he possesses immediate, ordinary, and universal jurisdiction, and that these truths has been believed since the beginning. Now note, my burden of proof is not to demonstrate that the entirety of Vatican I's teachings was explicitly present, meaning that the specifics and details, but rather the essence of Vatican I was made manifest in this debate. If I can successfully show this, then my burden of proof is fulfilled, and we can conclude, as Vatican I states, that this has been believed since the beginning. Papal supremacy is not the Pope being an absolute monarch, tyrannical dictator who is ruthless and does not care about the bishops. Papal supremacy, as defined by Vatican I, has three major aspects that I would like to put my focus on: universal, ordinary, and immediate jurisdiction. Universal jurisdiction is when the Pope's jurisdiction can extend to all churches. Ordinary jurisdiction is essential and perpetual to the office. Immediate jurisdiction is when the Pope does not need secondary tools, meaning councils, emperors needing juridical consent amongst the bishops. Vatican I does not teach a God, emperor, Pope, and he who does not bow down to the Pope is somehow a heretic. As Catholic bishops in the Catholic Church today admit, quote, being a Catholic does not mean following the Pope blindly, end quote. The Pope, my bad, is human like human meat. He can err and make mistakes like anyone else. But the only time when he cannot err is in the exercise of his infallible teaching authority assisted by God and the bishops. That's correct. God and the bishops. The bishops of the Catholic Church assist the Pope in formulating dogma. And once the bishops give their consent, the Pope defines what is to be universally held by the faithful.
Now, I didn't know that. I didn't know that when the Pope is making any type of decision or whatever, he consults the bishops, the cardinals around him. That I didn't know.
Bishop Gaser in his Relatio relates the following. It is true that the consent of the present preaching of the whole magisterium of the church, united with his head, is a rule of faith even for pontifical definitions, end quote. Assisted by God, the definitions of the Roman pontiff are thereby of them.
Elijah said, you just thought he was just winging it? No. Not necessarily winging it. But he came to a decision, deemed it to be true, and articulated it. Through whatever ex-cathedral, whatever. Not that he goes, hey guys, y'all think I'm right in this? Didn't know that. And it's not like he's consulting any of the other patriarchal, sees. He's consulting his people. So again, I just didn't know that at all. And as far as that particular articulation,
Themselves, i.e., of God in it being infallible, and not of the consensus of the church. The bishops play a role in formulating the decree, not making the decree infallible. With this, we can now prove the papacy at the Council of Chalcedon. In 448, Eutychius had become involved in a fresh theological controversy at Constantinople with St. Flavian of Constantinople. In 448, St. Flavian condemned Eutychius for his heretical assertions about our Lord Jesus Christ. In 449, Eutychius appealed to the Pope to reverse the decisions of the Synod of Constantinople. Pope Leo, upon hearing this, wrote to St. Flavian to know why Eutychius was condemned. The report of St. Flavian had not yet reached Rome, and in that letter, he called out Eutychius for his errors and described him as a wolf in sheep's clothing. Once the second letter of St. Flavian finally reached Rome, Pope Leo sided with Flavian, deeming him orthodox. Eutychius, while condemned, kept appealing to other bishops to side with him. One of the bishops was St. Peter Chrysologus. After declining to hear his appeal, he related the following, quote, we exhort you, honorable brother, to listen obediently to what has been written by the most blessed Pope of the city of Rome, since blessed Peter, who lives and presides in his own see, grants the truth of faith to those who seek it, for we in our zeal for peace and faith cannot hear cases about faith without the consent of the Bishop of Rome. St. Peter Chrysologus clearly understood that the Bishop of Rome was the interpreter of the faith and settled issues and matters in faith and morals, and that the East could not continue without the consent of the Bishop of Rome based on Rome's universal and ordinary jurisdiction.
I don't see how that follows. I don't get that. I don't see how that particular part follows. Because they say we need the Pope. How does that mean that now the Pope has universal jurisdiction? Why can't it be that the church did not do anything without a consensus, like as a whole? You know what I mean? Like I don't get that part.
But Eutychius didn't listen. He asked the emperor to convene an ecumenical council, and in March 449, Theodosius II seconded that wish. St. Flavian, upon hearing a rumor council being held, urged the Pope to write a letter to resolve the entire issue, for there would be no need for an ecumenical council. Flavian related, the matter only requires your weight and support, which through your wisdom will at once bring about general peace and quietness, and the rumor synod will also be prevented, end quote. The East here thinks that the Bishop of Rome alone can settle the dispute in matters in faith and morals to render an ecumenical council useless in this case. So, for Constantinople, the Bishop of Rome's judgment alone was enough. This situation is how the official interpreter of Vatican I, Bishop Gaser, believes ex-cathedra documents arise. Gaser related the following, quote, the special exercise of this prerogative occurs when there arise somewhere in the church scandals against the faith, i.e. dissensions and heresies. And when the bishops which the bishops, of the individual churches are gathered together in provincial councils are unable to repress, so they are forced to appeal to the apostolic see regarding the case, or when the bishops themselves are infected by the sad stain of error, end quote. Pope Leo, in response, seconds his wish and produces the tome. Pope St. Leo sided with Flavian with his reasoning that an ecumenical council would be unnecessary, since his tome alone could settle the issue. Pope Leo willingly decided to go along with the council as of right now, only for respects to the emperor. Pope St. Leo set specific instructions to the council of Ephesus II that they are to accept the tome. He told Theodosius II that he was sending legates to represent him, and that they would offer a chance for repentance to those who held heretical beliefs. Leo related the following: "Yet if he who has gone astray repents and entreats for pardon, he may receive the succor of priestly indulgence. But what the Catholic Church universally believes and teaches on the Lord's incarnation is contained more fully in the letter which I have sent to my brother and fellow Bishop Flavian," end quote. So the council's definition of faith was going to be the tome of Pope St. Leo. But to make a long story short of what happened during and after the council.
What? Wait. Why is you saying that? Because the church's articulation was going to be what Leo articulated, then therefore it's the church saying that Leo has the supreme authority. Why isn't it that Leo is just saying what the church already believed? What the church would universally believe? Why isn't it that just the church saying that Leo's right? It's almost like it's like being read into, for real.
Flavian was killed shortly after the council. During his exile, Dioscorus anathematized the tome in Nicaea in 451, shortly before Chalcedon was convened. He excommunicated Leo and deposed multiple bishops without true, lawful, and canonical procedures. The two bishops that I like to put my focus on are Bishop Theodoret of Cyrus and Eusebius of Dorylaeum. Theodoret, in his appeal to Pope Leo, related the following, quote, "For every reason it is fitting for you to hold first place, inasmuch as your see is adorned with many privileges. I implore you, the insults piled after all my labors on my poor gray head. Above all, I implore you to tell me whether I ought to put up with this uprighteous deposition or not, for I await your decision. If you bid me abide by the sentence of condemnation, I abide. And hence, therefore, I trouble no man, and will wait for the righteous tribunal of our God and Savior," end quote. Here we have an Eastern bishop deposed by an intended ecumenical council appealing to the Pope to reverse their decrees because he holds first place in many privileges. This is a proof of universal and immediate jurisdiction as defined by Vatican I. Bishop Eusebius of Dorylaeum, in his appeal to Pope Leo, related the following, quote, "The apostolic throne, to your see I entreat your blessedness, pronounce the reversal and nullify of any unjust condemnation by the most blessed religious Dioscorus and of their decree, and give me back the dignity of my episcopate and communion with yourself," end quote. Here we have another bishop from the East appealing to Pope Leo to undo the decisions of the intended ecumenical council of Ephesus II. Eusebius of Dorylaeum too believed in universal and immediate jurisdiction as defined by Vatican I. Pope Leo, upon hearing this, annulled the intended ecumenical council of Ephesus II. The papal legates at the 10th session related the following in this matter, quote, "A council where those lawless crimes were read out cannot be approved. If all the proceedings there have been made null by the most blessed and apostolic bishop of the city of Rome, it is indeed imperative that we also petition the most mild and Christian emperor to decree in sacred law of his own that this council is not even to be named," end quote. The papal legates representing the Roman See said the Pope annulled an ecumenical council. Clearly, the papal legates believed in papal supremacy. Pope Leo urging Emperor Theodosius II to convene a new ecumenical council, but the emperor declined.
But it wasn't actually an ecumenical, like Ephesus 2 wasn't an ecumenical, it wasn't done correctly. Like, it wasn't convened ecumenically correctly, which is why it was annulled. This is kind of interesting. I get what he's saying. This is interesting though.
The new emperor
how he's purporting
ecumenical council in the East. But the Pope soon realized that this action, of course, was unnecessary. For Pope Leo, it was sufficient to send legates in the East in order to collect signatures to his throne through the agency of St. Anatolius, the successor of Flavian in the Church of Constantinople. This would either restore communion to those unlawfully defrocked to the regretful clergy who came to their senses from their prior actions defending Dioscorus and Eutychius. Nevertheless, the Pope eventually submitted to the emperor's plans and prepared his legates to go east. Scholar Henry Chadwick related the following in this matter, quote, "In Leo's judgment, however, The function of the Greek council was to manifest its own orthodoxy by submissively indicating its assent to the ruling already given by himself, the legitimate juridical successor of Peter, the Prince of the Apostles. It was axiomatic for Leo that the Roman See has received in guards the true apostolic tradition, is predestined by God for this service to the entire church, is therefore protected from leading the church astray, and in jurisdiction possesses a universal responsibility inherent in Peter's successor. End quote. The late Orthodox Archbishop and Professor of Canon Law, Peter L. Hillier, also concurs. In the thought of St. Leo, the goal of the assembly was to regulate the canonical situation of the bishops who had compromised themselves at Ephesus 449, and to reestablish the victims of Dioscorus and his followers in their rights. He considered the question of faith had already been settled by his tome. The only thing for the future assembly to do, according to the Pope, was to accept this document. It must be noted that the bishops in the East, before the Council of Chalcedon, had already accepted the tome. Pope St. Leo, in his letter to Bishop Passionus, Leo related the following, quote, I have sent your love certain passages from our holy fathers, which our representatives presented also in Constantinople together with my letter. You should also know that the whole church of Constantinople, with all the monasteries and many bishops, have declared their assent, and by their subscription have anathematized Nestorius and Eutychius together with their doctrine. You should know in addition that I have recently received the Bishop of Constantinople's letter in which he relates that the Bishop of Antioch, and after sending the letter throughout his provinces, and all the bishops have demonstrated their assent to my letter and condemned Nestorius and Eutychius with the same subscription. End quote. Now note, there are 4 patriarchs before the Council of Chalcedon: Rome, Constantinople, Alexandria, and Antioch. 3 out of the 4 accepted the tome as dogma. So the reason why that the Alexandrian patriarch didn't accept it was because he was an apostate heretic. So when we read the second session of the Council of Chalcedon, the fathers at the council are simply professing what they had already signed. So we can conclude by the majority consensus of the tome's acceptance, we can say it was dogmatic before the Council of Chalcedon. After the tome of Leo was read out in the second session.
That doesn't follow. Well, like if they accepted it, cool, but it's not official, or as far as like from a formal standpoint until the council articulates it as such. We understand that there's plenty of things that are accepted as true before an ecumenical council, like the Trinity, but it is formally understood to be true and Christian once the councils articulate these things officially. I don't how does that mean now that the papacy's understood? Like, come on, man. What?
The fathers at the council proclaim, quote, this is the faith of the fathers. Anathema to him who does not believe accordingly. Peter has uttered this through Leo. The council fathers made their judgment loud and clear. The tome is orthodox. It's the faith of the fathers, and Peter himself laid it down. The tome was the definition of faith before and during the council. This is an issue for my opponent, Bryce J. Because if a document needs an ecumenical council for something to be considered dogmatic and infallible, but when we see the tome being considered dogmatic and infallible before an ecumenical council, we can conclude there is a contradiction within his.
That's not a contradiction. It's dogmatic and infallible once the church has already articulated such, because it's always believed. It's always this was what was held from always. Therefore, it's dogma. Thus saith the church. This is interesting. And I mean, the very fact that they're saying, yeah, what Leo said is what we always believe. How is he getting that the church, because the church says, yeah, what Leo said, we believe that. That's the faith of the fathers. Peter spoke that through Leo, for sure. That's now papal supremacy, papal infallibility. If anything, it's doctrine infallibility that the church articulates. This is interesting.
Ecclesiology. Now, I want to show the audience in specific the clearest basics to the Vatican I papacy within the third session. Now, note, Dioscorus had failed to show up at the council after being summoned 3 times. The papal legates with the authority of Rome deposed Dioscorus universally in the name of Pope St. Leo. The legates related the following. Oh, my bad. Therefore, the most holy and blessed Pope, the head of the universal church, through us, his representatives, and with the assent of the Holy Council, endowed as he is with the dignity of Peter the Apostle.
Now, notice how he like does a great influctuation, right? Head of the universal church, right? Like, but that's not only said about the Pope, right? The Church of Alexandria is also said to be head of all the churches, and it's not a third, right? Like, honorific titles are honorific titles. It doesn't.
Apostle, who is called the foundation of the Catholic Church, the rock of the faith, and the doorkeeper of the heavenly kingdom, has stripped him of episcopal dignity and excluded him from all priestly functions. 308 bishops ratified the papal claims that Peter is the rock of the church, the Pope is the head of the universal church, and that the Pope possesses the authority to remove anyone from the church by his.
Fab says, but papal infallibility is doctrine infallibility. That's not true, because there are doctrines that are true that have nothing to do with the Pope.
His own authority. How does Bryce J explain this? How does he explain such a clear development to the Vatican I papacy? He cannot. But didn't they judge the tome? Didn't they say, I judge the tome to be orthodox in the 4th session? Wouldn't this contradict Vatican I when it says the definitions of the Roman Pontiff are of themselves and not by the consent of the church irreformable? The bishops did indeed judge the tome. There's no doubt about that. But it doesn't therefore follow that the definitions of the Roman Pontiff were subject to be reformed. I'll explain why. The source of authority versus the mode of reception. The acceptance of the tome at the Council of Chalcedon fully aligns with Vatican I's definitions that the papal definitions are of themselves and not by the consent of the church irreformable. 1. Leo
Fab said papal infallibility is only about faith and moral doctrines, nothing else. Again, there are faith and moral doctrines that are true that have nothing to do with the Pope.
authority was definitive. Pope Leo viewed his statement as final conclusive ruling, precluding the need for conciliar debate.
And there's also popes that made heretical statements on things that are about faith and morals. For example, Pope Honorius, monothelite, heretic, faith and morals. He was not infallible, clearly.
On the doctrine itself, as Price establishes, quote, Leo regarded the doctrinal controversies having been settled by his tome. If there had to be a council, he held.
Fab said, not from the chair. Yeah, there is no from the chair before Vatican. Like, you can't give me an example in the first millennia where the Pope is, quote unquote, speaking from the chair and then still disqualify Pope Honorius, right? Like, if there's any example in the first millennia of a Pope speaking from the chair, Pope Honorius fits that example. Papal infallibility done.
That it should simply acknowledge and confirm the teaching, end quote. Similarly, Chadwick notes that since Leo, quote, thought his tome settled all theological questions, he saw no place for debate, end quote. This demonstrates Leo's clear intent to speak with a definitive, self-sufficient authority. 2, the council provided verification, not veto. The bishop's subsequent review of the tome was a necessary act of verification in a form to send a truth already established, not a juridical act of conferring authority. Luke Revington decisively refutes the opposing view. Quote, the objection has been so confidently raised that the tome of Leo was sanctioned by the Synod after examination as by a superior authority collapses for a want of evidence, end quote. The bishops, by signing it, were witnessing to their own orthodoxy rather than setting a seal to that of Leo. The council's primary function was to promulgate this irreformable doctrine universally and to demonstrate the church's unity. It should be noted that even prior to Chalcedon, as evidenced in Leo's letter to Passionists, as I already related above, he highlights to Passionists that Constantinople and Antioch had already subscribed to the tome, with the exception of Alexandria, which would be fixed at the council. 3, discussion served instruction, not jurisdiction. The discussions and comparisons with Cyril's letter served as a teaching and pastoral function, confirming the tome's agreement with sacred tradition for the instruction of the Eastern bishops. Schwartz acknowledges that the letter was by no means accepted without discussion on its content, but clarifies that this was not contrary to Leo's instructions, which called for agreement based on discussion, end quote.
But no. Let's rewind that. Look at what he just said.
Was by no means accepted instruction of the Eastern bishops. Schwartz acknowledges that the letter was by no means accepted without discussion on its content, but clarifies.
The letter was by no means accepted without discussion on its content. Then he says what?
He said this was not contrary to Leo's instructions, which called.
Nobody ever says it will be contrary to Leo's instruction. The point is that they didn't accept said letter until it was discussed and judged amongst the rest. They didn't just automatically willy-nilly accept the Pope's stuff as if he's infallible.
Called for agreement based on discussion, end quote. The purpose was intellectual assent, not jurisdictional approval. Let me repeat that for the audience. The purpose was intellectual assent, not jurisdictional approval.
Oh. Just in case y'all don't know what that means. Intellectual assent is like, you stupid right now. Let me enlighten you. Let me give you this letter because clearly y'all don't know anything. Here, let me enlighten you. Let me get y'all to ascend intellectually. Right now y'all are down here. Y'all are stupid for real. Let me unstupid you by giving you the enlightenment that I have in myself. So the reason why, he's saying the reason why the council wanted to read Pope Leo's letter was not because they were judging it, right? But because they needed to read it to elevate themselves to the Pope's intellect. Oh, really? Okay. That's not arrogant.
As Don Christopher Butler explains, the church encourages the faithful to, quote, examine the grounds because the faith requires an instructed reason and understanding which mere sin is not calculated to engender, end quote. Conclusion. The Eastern Bishop's judgment was a verification of conformity to ensure informed assent and unity in the act of reception. It was not a conferral of authority. The tome's irreformability originated exclusively in the patriarchalism exercised by Leo I, just as Vatican I later defined. For Catholic theology, the acclamation at Chalcedon that all the bishops, Peter has spoken through Leo, is the ultimate expression of the church's reception of an already authoritative teaching. It confirms the view that the tome was, of itself, irreformable as the teaching came from Peter's successor. The council did not make the tome infallible and dogmatic. It recognized and proclaimed the infallibility inherent to the Petrine office that spoke through Leo. The distinction is crucial to the latter doctrine of papal infallibility.
This is very sneaky slide. This is a very slide type argument. This is very sly. Essentially what Rabbi is saying is that because Pope Leo articulated something that the church always believed, therefore, he's infallible in what he's saying and said. That's infalsifiable. Wait, what? But that's not papal infallibility in and of itself. Like, the example of Pope Leo is that the church is saying what Pope Leo has said, we believe that and we've always believed that. This is the faith of the fathers. We've been believing this. What's up? Like, and so Rabbi is saying because the church said that, they're not making Pope Leo's stuff dogmatic. It's already been dogmatic. But the issue is that the reason why it's always been dogmatic is not because the Pope said so, but that's what they already believed. That's what the church consensus, as a whole, already believed. That's why it's dogmatic. For example, Jesus is God. Jesus is God, not because a Pope said so, but because that's what the church always believed. Always, from the very beginning, always believed that. Therefore, that's why it's dogma. Christ died on the cross for your sins. That's not something that needs to be dogmatically exclaimed, right? Because with a Pope before Pope, that's what the church always believed. Always. The church always believed that Christ died on the cross for your sins. So if a Pope says, hey, guys, Christ always died on the cross for you. Christ died on the cross for your sins. And then the church says, yeah, what he said. We believe that because that's the teachings of the fathers and the apostles. They're not saying that this Pope is infallible. They're just saying that teaching, that understanding is dogmatic because we believe that as a church. Rabbi's trying to say it's dogma because the Pope said it. Because the Pope said it, it's dogma. And the church is kind of getting on board with that because the church believes in papal infallibility. That's so sly. That is not what's happening. That's not what's happening.
Defined at Vatican I. In short, Peter has spoken through Leo, meant the tome was the voice of the apostolic world. After the council concluded, the Eastern bishops made a canon that violated the canons of the Council of Nicaea. The papal legates rejected this canon and thought this was humiliating to the apostolic see. When the legates reported this canon back to Rome, Leo annulled the canon. Leo related the following, quote, "But the bishops assent, which are opposed to the regulations of the holy canons composed at Nicaea in conjunction with your faithful grace, we do not recognize. And by the blessed Apostle Peter's authority, we absolutely disannul in comprehensive terms in all ecclesiastical."
I think he's talking about Canon 28. Nobody held to that, though. Nobody listened. That quite literally beats his argument. That destroys his argument. I think, unless I'm mistaken, I think he's talking about Canon 28, which Leo rejected. The whole Eastern Church still adhered to Canon 28, calling Constantinople the New Rome. So, but if it's papal infallibility, right? Proving my point, what I just said about they're not saying that he's infallible, but that which he had said we always believed is infallible. That which we always believe is infallible. The church. It's supported because Pope Leo rejected it. Cool. But did that have bearing on all of Ecclesia? No. Even though the Pope said it did. Even though the Pope said it has bearing on all of Ecclesia based off of the authority of Peter, did it actually? No. Because Constantinople was still called New Rome right after that. And then ratified conciliarly by Justinian, emperor. So this is, this. He's given a great presentation though, just to be unbiased. Rabbi's doing his thing as far as like presenting himself. Definitely.
That's still cold cases, end quote. Leo here thinks that he has the authority from the most blessed Apostle Peter to annul a canon from an ecumenical council. Leo here teaches papal supremacy by showcasing his universal and immediate jurisdiction.
Leo thinks he has this thing. That doesn't mean he actually has this thing. And that the universal church recognizes him as having this thing. That is the difference. I admit, Leo thought he was that guy. Especially after the tome. 100%. But that doesn't mean that the church understood it in that manner, especially in the way that Vatican II and Vatican I articulated.
St. Anatolius, in embarrassment, blames the canon on the Eastern bishops in recognizing Rome's authority to have the final say. He related, quote, "The full force of the acts in their confirmation was reserved entirely for the authority of your blessedness. Thus, your holiness recognized this as firmly established. Nothing of this affair was done by me," end quote. Anatolius clearly believed in...
Elijah said, I mean, I agree, but it also doesn't mean they didn't understand it in that matter. Elijah, to your point, amen. Therefore, he's not proving or disproving anything. He's not proving or disproving anything. He's just stating something that happened.
And the Pope's supremacy that is universal and immediate. How does Bryce J explain that Eastern bishops that are venerated in the Eastern Orthodox Church are clearly teaching papal supremacy? Does his church secretly teach Vatican I? We don't know. But it is a clear-cut contradiction within his church that Vatican I is false. As I already demonstrated, the bishops did teach Vatican I, and the council declared they are sent to a dogma. Now, with this, I conclude my time.
You can't ascend to a dogma if they already said that this is what we already believed. How are you assenting to a dogma if they're stating we always believe this? Okay.
Thank you, Talon. Appreciate
Space said that God Logic said nobody lied about him. I bet you can't quote it. I bet you can't send a screenshot or timestamp or video stamp where God Logic says nobody lied. I bet you can't. I bet you can't.
Get that? You had 2 minutes left.
I bet you your kid's life you can't.
I'm gonna bring.
Yeah. I bet you can't show in that comment that he said nobody lied. I bet you your kid's life that you can't show a comment that where God Logic said nobody lied. I bet you. I know, because Nut in Space is just a nuthead. He's lying. That's what trolls do.
Bryce up in a second here. Just want to say we're at, how many likes are we at? Can't see. We're at 69 likes. We've got 150 people in here. Get those likes up. Appreciate you. Share the stream with anybody who wants to watch. Appreciate.
No, I saw the comment. That's why I know you're lying. That's why I know you're just a troll wanting attention because your mother didn't hug you when you were a child. But it's okay. I'll give you the love that you're supposed to get as a kid.
Get that. Also, questions will be prioritized with super chats. So get those super chats in if you want your question prioritized. I'm going to bring Bryce up now. I'm going to get your slides up here. And then whenever you're ready to start, I'll start your timer.
All right, cool. So my presentation is, well, the topic, did the Council of Chalcedon teach the Vatican I papacy? And that is exactly what I'm going to demonstrate that they did not. What I am going to do is I'm going to show the differences between Vatican I and Chalcedon. I'm going to show the way that the council proceeded, show the lack of supremacy and infallibility being in the phronema of the church, and debunk all of the events which prima facie seem to be denoting Vatican I language. Obviously, standard introduction, the Council of Chalcedon was the fourth ecumenical council of the Universal Church and condemned Dioscorus for breaking canonical law and condemned Eutyches for monophysitism. It was a response council to the heretical Ephesus II convened in 449, and it was convened by the Roman Emperor Marcion. Pope St. Leo was represented by Pascasinus, my apologies, Bishop Lucentius, and the priest Boniface, including Julian of Cos, who sat with the bishops. All patriarchates, except for Alexandria in totality, attended this council because Dioscorus was there at least for session 1. St. Anatolius at Constantinople, Juvenal of Jerusalem in, of course, Jerusalem. Granted, it was not considered a patriarchate yet. St. Maximus of Antioch, that was representing Antioch, and Pope St. Leo's legates representing Rome. Here's the thing. Orthodox papal primacy versus Western supremacy. I'm going to give you some things that I deny and things that I concede. A common misconception is thinking that the Orthodox Church does not hold to any form of primacy in the first millennia of Rome, which is demonstrably false. We have to examine what first means in the two churches, though. Rome, first in the diptychs, honorific, I concede.
Jimbo said, for some reason, EOs don't think lies of omission are lies. I define lies of omission. Define lies of omission. Define that.
Rome, exclusive privileges granted by certain councils, like Sardica, I concede. Rome, top of the appeal list due to the primacy of honor.
They just don't believe in the concept of live omission. What is, define it? Because depending on how you define it, then you have to say that God is a liar.
I concede. Rome, exclusive auctoritas or influence in voting matters. I concede. Rome, universal and immediate jurisdiction or potestas over the jurisdictions. I deny. Capability of declaring a document as infallible without the consent of the entire church through voting a judgment. I deny. And a pope can single-handedly handle ecumenical matters without calling a council. I deny. And I'm going to demonstrate all of these things. The first main point.
Jimbo, ladies and gentlemen, Jimbo can't define the thing that he's accusing us of. So again, let's not even give him any attention then. Mods, muzzle the dog.
Point that I have here is honorifics. Papal lawyers love to cite passages from the time period that demonstrate that people either claim that Rome is superior or Rome has the authority, perfect faith, etc., to try to show this to support the mindset demonstration of Vatican I. But sadly, this falls flat on its face and even shows that they are presupposing their own position is true already when they're reading into them. Honorifics about supremacy and authority throughout church history has applied to many sees, not just Rome. Honorifics are normally given in response to severely wanting to convince the masses. This is standard in court cases with jury swaying. For example, Peter was not only paid to Rome. We can see in the Edict of Thessalonica, we can see that it says that Peter The faith of the Apostle Peter was found in Alexandria and found in Rome because they both proclaimed the same faith. So they were professing them being orthodox in doctrine, therefore they're from Peter. Are appealed with that title, are appealed with that title, and does not imply that St. Peter only applied in general authority to Romites.
Hey, Bryce, stay with these quotes, bro. Bryce got quotes from so many works that I don't even know that exactly it is. Like, bro, it was crazy. That's wild. Edict of Thessalonica, Emperor Theodosius the First. I haven't read that. I haven't read that. What a Borger. A live omission is a deliberate act of withholding relevant information to mislead someone. So stupid of a question, you think it's rhetorical. Okay, if that's how you're defining, I'm assuming you're the same guy that I just muzzled because you couldn't want it, because you accused without defining, and so I had to force you like a doofus to actually define it. Well, if that's how you're defining, if that's how you're defining a live omission is a deliberate act of withholding relevant information, right? Then you'd have to say God is a liar. You'd have to say God is a liar then. Or he made someone a liar. Okay, cool. So then you have to say God is a liar. Yes, you do. I can show you a scripture where God tells somebody to tell a certain person that you're going to do this, when the real reason why he's going to do something is to isn't it when Samuel anointing David or something along those lines, right? Where Samuel didn't want to do it because the king, and God says, tell the king you're going to do this. Tell the king you're going to do this, which is what he did. Which is what he did. But the real reason also is that he was what? Anointing David. So did God lie? Is God now lying by omission or lying based off of your dumb definition? Or do you just not know what the heck you're talking about? Got it.
Itself. And also does not show that just.
And if you want, we can actually pull up the scripture in and of itself, if you want. So we can just make you an atheist through and through. We can just show that you're an atheist through and through. Yeah, no problem. Once Bryce is done with his opening statement, we'll pull up the scripture. No worries.
Just because of the faith of Peter is claimed in a diocese, that automatically means that they have some form of infallibility or something extraordinary in power, or potestas. There's a reason, by the way, why I'm using these Latin terms today, because they're going to matter to my argument. The example of another event being used outside of Rome, which I'm then going to tie into Chalcedonian thought. We have St. Basil the Great specifically in letter 67, where he says that if you're not in I forgot the word for it. Wow, it completely went over me. If you're not in communion with Meletius of Antioch, that you are not Christian, right? He had this type of perspective during the Meletian Schism, which then we can see another example here with St. Augustine in Homily 2 on 1 John, where he says, if you be Catholic Christians, communicate with that church from which the gospel is spread over the whole earth. Communicate with Jerusalem. He's literally saying that if you're not part of Jerusalem, that you are not Catholic. So if we take St. Augustine at face value here, it seems that the communion of Juvenal was the point of knowing if someone was Catholic. Therefore, when Rome didn't accept Ephesus II, but Juvenal did, Rome was cut off from the church and was no longer Catholic. Obviously, this is a ridiculous conclusion. Same thing about Basil that I kind of skipped here, but this is about Antioch, meaning that if you were not specifically in communion with Antioch in that time period, right? So Pope St. Leo technically would have been out of communion with the church from 449 to 451, the summer right before Chalcedon, because of the acceptance of Maximus of Antioch. So what does Vatican I specifically claim? You can see here specifically in Pastor Eternus, chapter 3, Council of Vatican I, it says, we shall say that the Roman pontiff has the office, if anyone then shall say that the Roman pontiff has the office merely of inspection or direction and not the full and supreme power, potestas, or jurisdiction over the universal church, not only in things which belong to faith and morals, but also in those who can relate to the discipline and government of the church spread throughout the world, or assert that he possesses merely the principal part and not all the fullness of the supreme power, let them be anathema. And since by the divine right of the apostolic primacy, the Roman pontiff is placed over the universal church, we further teach that they declare that he is the supreme judge of the faithful, and that in all causes, the decision of which belongs to the church, recourse may be had to his tribunal. and that none may reopen the judgment of the Apostolic See. For none is greater authority, nor can anybody lawfully review its judgment. Let's remember these claims that have been made here. Once we examine Chalcedon, it becomes completely clear. The Tome of Leo, specifically letter 28 to St. Flavian. This famous tome was written in 449 before Ephesus 2, and it was a response to St. Flavian's declaration against Eutyches in 448 at the Council of Constantinople. It was set to dogmatically define the understanding of Christ's two natures. The tome was requested to be read at Ephesus 2, but was ignored. And Eutyches was absolved of his heresy at Ephesus 2, quote unquote, which then established Chalcedon because Dioscorus and Eutyches were now on trial for a robber council. That was without conciliar approval because Rome had technically rejected it, as well as some issues with appointing new bishops. Obviously, there were people present at Ephesus 2 representing Rome, but it was rejected. How was the tome treated by the church prior to Chalcedon? Let's see how the church actually treated the Tome of Leo. The vast majority of the church prior to Chalcedon was Ephesus 2 leaning, except Rome, and shortly before the Council of Chalcedon, Constantinople, as well as Antioch in the summer prior to Chalcedon, which is fine, no issue with that, as Maximus assented to the Tome of Leo and went officially into communion with Rome. Theodosius II passed away, and Emperor Marcion took over, which then sparked a new way for the East to accept the Tome of Leo, like St. Anatolius. The rest of the church is unclear on whether or not they were already cool with the tome, which is why Chalcedon was so important. And what led to the tome, it should be noted that Pope St. Leo became involved in this dispute because after being condemned in 448, Eutyches immediately appealed to Leo for a retrial. This is in letter 21. Per the appeals process outlined in the 3rd and 5th canons of the Council of Sardica. Flavian then sends Leo to the council minutes so that he can review the case. Letter 22 begins, but letters 23, 24, and 26 give further details to this. Leo the Great, specifically in
Bryce is definitely tired.
letter 34, paragraph 1 states that his excommunication of Eutyches was contingent upon if he perseveres in his perversity. Perhaps this indicated that he was willing to receive Eutyches' appeal to himself and give a positive local judgment provided he repented. Eutyches also appealed to Rome, Alexandria, Jerusalem, and Thessalonica after his deposition by the Council of Constantinople in 448, not just Rome. You can see this in Price and Gaddis' Acts of the Council of Chalcedon, Volume 1, page 264. This is yet more evidence that interpatriarchal appeals were not solely a Roman phenomenon. How did Pope St. Leo see his own authority? Papists will claim all day that St. Leo would just throw his authority around and obviously display the supremacy that they think of. Yet in many cases, he admits that he possesses influence from the chair of Peter, but not a final judgment of all truth absent of a council. We can actually specifically see this in letter 33 when we actually look at what it says in the Latin, where it says, the devout faith of our most clement prince, knowing that it especially concerns his glory to prevent any seed of error from springing up with the Catholic Church, has paid such deference to the divine institutions as to apply the authority or auctoritas of the Apostolic See for a proper settlement. And as if he wished it to be declared by the most blessed Peter himself, that was praised in his confession when the Lord said, whom do men say that I, Son of Man, am? Auctoritas, I have that spelt wrong in the little bullet point, means influence or persuasion, not potestas, is common in Roman law. St. Leo's authority continued regarding his excommunications. If we see here in letter 95, he says, for although since their decision was no less blasphemous than unjust, they cannot be held in such honor by the Catholic Brotherhood as they once were, yet they still retain their sees and their rank as bishops with the prospect of either receiving the peace of the whole church after true and necessary signs of repentance, or, if God forbid, they persist in their heresy of reaping the reward of their misbelief. Leo's excommunications were not binding interpatriarchally. Only an ecumenical council's decisions actually held such authority. Before Chalcedon, Leo actually admitted to lessening his own practice, stating that those he excommunicated still retain their sees and ranks as bishop. This lessening actually refers to him, reversing his local excommunications of Dioscorus, recognizing him as a bishop in any official documents. St. Leo's authority continued as the condemnations we can also see. Without an ecumenical council, a simple priest could not be defrocked, further emphasizing the limits of Leo's authority. At Chalcedon, Roman legates requested the council to issue a canonical verdict against Dioscorus, demonstrating that the council could not provide a final and binding judgment. We can see that in volume 2, page 69. Leo interpreted the Sardican canons as applying the work of an ecumenical council, not as granting Rome isolated authority. Gosh. Leo nullified his local judgment and deferred to the ecumenical council for a binding decision.
Gotta slow down, Bryce. Chill, brother.
Procedural elements at Chalcedon underlined Rome's role within the broader consensus of the church, and during session 1, debate arose over Ephesus 2's failure to read Leo's letter. Dioscorus and Juvenal defended themselves, citing logistical reasons rather than dismissing its necessity. In the situation of Theodoret, This is letter 113. I think I had that labeled with that. But I await the sentence of your apostolic see. I beseech and implore your holiness to succor me with my appeal to your fair and righteous tribunal. St. Leo permanently held that the condemnation of Theodoret was unjust prior to Chalcedon, and he held this opinion from 449 to 451, but the rest of the church needed to actually judge the orthodoxy of Theodoret in session 8 of Chalcedon. This is why he had an official tribunal. So the rest of the church did not actually listen to St. Leo, technically speaking. Rather, they only accepted Theodoret's reinstatement after Chalcedon was done. At Ephesus II, Dioscorus had deposed him of being an historian, and this was done in his absence. No opportunity of defense or being interrogated with respect to his faith at the point of the synod was afforded him. He was exiled and his writings were prohibited. Theodoret's own patriarch, Dominus of Antioch, and Flavian, patriarch of Constantinople, were likewise deposed, and naturally Theodoret turned away to the only remaining patriarch, him of Rome, for protection against the unjust proceedings of the patriarch of Alexandria. Alexandria, Constantinople, Antioch, and Jerusalem were gone. Like I said earlier, Jerusalem was not technically a patriarchate, but they were still in voting processes, either deposed or accepted Ephesus II. So it's natural to see, obviously, why Theodoret appealed to Rome, because they were all that's left. Very simple. And his deposition was uncanonical because he was not present to defend himself. So how did the church see the Tome of Leo at Chalcedon? They simply saw it as the same manner as like that of the 12 chapters of St. Cyril, where it was proposed as a dogmatic treatise, which was then judged by the church and then made infallible dogma by the conciliar authority of the church totality. This is actually seen from session 2 and session 4 of Chalcedon and some of the letters of St. Leo, where it's literally said the blessed Cyril taught accordingly. This is the true faith. This is the holy faith. This is the eternal faith in which we are baptized. Into this we baptize. We all believe accordingly. Pope Leo believes accordingly. They're saying that Pope Leo is orthodox. We can see that because what Cyril says. This is in session 2 preceding section 12. It also says in sections 20 to 21 in the proceedings, it says we all believe accordingly. Pope Leo believes accordingly. Anathema to him who divides and who confuses. This is the faith of Archbishop Leo. Leo believes accordingly, and Leo and Anatolius believe accordingly. We all believe accordingly.
So it's like what I said. It's them saying that it's correct because that's what we always believed, versus it's because he said it.
As Cyril, so we believe. Eternal is the memory of Cyril, as is contained in the letters of Cyril, so we hold. As well as letter 37 specifically to Theodosius, where it says, this is especially so since the point of faith at issue.
TJ, again, I never said God Logic canceled. I'm gonna make an actual video on it. Like, I'm actually make a video on Mike's accusations of me. Mike is an actual liar, and I got the receipts to show it.
Issue is so obvious that it would have been more reasonable to have refrained from summoning a council. This is obviously one of his things where he says that there wasn't really a point to having a council at the time, which is fine. Although I cannot come, I have striven zealously insofar as the Lord designs to help me to comply in large part with your clemency's orders. He didn't want a council because the issue.
Okay, yeah, TJ, I don't care what the frick you think. Like I said, unfortunately, fortunately and unfortunately, this is not my life. I have actual things that actually matter in life, not what some random heretic Mike Wazowski has to say about me, has to lie about me. Now, I will address them, no issues. But like I said, I have actual receipts. Mike doesn't. Mike is just telling you what he thinks. Mike didn't show a single receipt. So please be quiet or kick rocks. One of the two.
Issue was stupid. Not because of some infallibility of the tome already had solved the problem. That's not the actual problem here. It's the fact that Leo thought that
if Mike had receipts, why didn't Mike show a message of me saying God Logic canceled? If he had receipts. Why didn't Mike show a video or a clip or a message of me saying God Logic canceled? Or did Mike just tell you that's what happened? Okay. Here's what I want you to do, TJ. I want you to give me the timestamp in any of Mike's videos where he shows a message of me saying God Logic canceled. Give me the timestamp. You have 5 minutes to give me the timestamp or I'm blocking you. Simple as that. You have 5 minutes to actually give me the video name and timestamp. We're going to go check it together or I'm blocking you. Simple as that. Timer starts now.
the problem that was happening was dumb, which he chose to comply either way. So Letter 102, it says the Holy Council has now, with devoted unanimity, agreed with the letter written by our humble self. A letter rightly strengthened by the authority of my master, the most blessed Apostle Peter, has cut off from God's church these outrageous fictions, which are the views of the devil. I mean that, and then it says, it has cut off the abominable disgrace and likewise condemned Dioscorus of Alexandria for his impiety to keep that church from suffering undeserved captivity under the domination.
Why would I care? Because you're lying? Because you're a liar, like your father, the devil. If Mike showed a receipt of me saying God logic canceled, again, brother, you would have already shown it. All I need is the time set. I care about people lying on me for sure. Which is why I'm going to make a response video. You said I'm not going to make a response video, or else I would have done it already. That's not true. I'm going to make a response video because I care about people lying on me. But again, I don't know why you're still talking. I need you to give me this. I need you to give me the video name and timestamp or whatever Mike's 2 videos that he made, where he shows a screenshot receipt of me saying God logic canceled. Please, I'll wait. I said I am gonna release the receipts. So again, bro, how about this? I'm a mute you for 5 minutes. The next thing you need to say when you come back on mute is the video name and timestamp. And if you don't, I'm just gonna block you. Simple as that.
Nation of a heretic. I mean that church which, when the gospel was first being written, was established by Blessed Mark, referring to the see of Dioscorus at the time. The church is the finality of how the tome was actually treated, and the condemnations were based in the council, not off by the tome by itself. You can also see in letter 33, of course, where it says, but because the healing of such men may not be neglected, and the most Christian emperor has piously and devoutly desired a council of bishops to be held, that all error may be destroyed by a fuller judgment. So the church itself is the fuller judgment, not just Leo's tome by itself, right? As well as when the letter of Chalcedon to Saint Leo, which would be letter 98, it says, accordingly, we entreat you, we honor our decision by your assent, as well as we have yielded to the head our agreement on things honorable, so that the head also will fulfill the children what is fitting. For thus will our pious emperors be treated with due regard, who have ratified your holiness judgment as law. Ratify simply just means to approve or enact a legally binding act, which would not otherwise be binding in the absence of such approval. The church actually verifies that this is the term that it uses for ratification in the exact same letter. We can see it another section of this letter where it says, in consequence of which we ratified with such moderation as we could the vote which he had passed against himself by his blunders, stripping the wolf of the shepherd's skin. So the same letter states that they ratified with moderation the vote passed regarding the condemnation of Eutyches. So then when they enact the same word is used for the tome, they are admitting that they passed judgment on the tome. The exact same wording is used regarding the condemnation of Eutyches, which obviously I'm sure that Talon wouldn't disagree that the church was the one that judged the condemnation of Eutyches here. As well as in session 2, section 23, where it says, Peter has uttered this through Leo. The apostles taught accordingly. Leo taught piously and truly. Cyril taught accordingly. Eternal is the memory of Cyril. Leo and Cyril taught the same. This simply just means that St. Leo has proclaimed the same understanding of the incarnation that St. Peter did in Matthew 16. Therefore, St. Leo is correct. Cool. The most glorious officials in the exalted Senate said, since the divine gospel is displayed by your devoutness, let each of the most devout bishops assembled state if the definition of the 318 fathers who...
Yeah, this is very like what we're saying. Peter has uttered this through Leo. The apostles taught accordingly. Leo taught piously and truly. They're saying that what Peter said, what Leo said is what the church has always believed and said. Not because it's Leo and his position as Pope.
Met formally at Nicaea, the 150 who convened subsequently in the imperial city, is in harmony with the letter of the most devout Archbishop Leo. Let them state if it's in harmony. This is judgment language.
All right.
As well as in session 4, section 60, where it says, since the most devout bishops of Egypt have the time been deferred from signing the letter of the most sacred Archbishop Leo, not out of opposition to the Catholic faith, but on the grounds that it is custom in the Egyptian diocese to do nothing of the kind without approval and decision of the Archbishop. Obviously, I'm sure that you guys all know this event, where specifically Illyricum and Palestine were having issues with the tome, but they did obviously think that it was historian, especially when it was first read. They did not immediately accept the tome, and they were granted to basically defer and not sign it immediately. It's pretty obvious. The church saw the tome as the baseline for the judgment against the heretics after it was ratified by the church first, not prior. This equals to that of the 12 chapters. And St. Leo says himself that the heretics retain their privileges until the council's decision. And St. Leo says that the tome will be used for the fuller judgment at the council. Multiple dioceses disputed the tome, as well as Dioscorus was not condemned for rejecting the tome, but his crimes were political. Nobody mentioned that he was condemned for rejecting the tome, even though that he did. So we can obviously see as well that the tome was not the only thing that the church was binding upon. And then finally, the case of, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to get through all of this part. I don't really think that it's really necessary for me to quote here. So I'm honestly going to concede the rest of my time because this is not really something that I think is pertinent.
We got 2 minutes and 43 seconds left.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and just concede the rest of my time because I'll use
Sounds
this
good.
probably later on in the debate.
All right. Drop them down just to say we got up to 90 likes. We got 160 people here. Get it up above 100 likes, or I'm just going to end the live stream and we'll just have 2 opening statements. No, just kidding. But yeah, get those likes up. Come on, guys. Also, thank you for the super chats. Appreciate you. You guys, your questions will be prioritized. You should put who the question is for, even if you just do it like underneath in the reply, just so I know. But I could probably figure it out either way. Yeah, let's go ahead. We're gonna do 10-minute rebuttals, starting with Talon. Talon,
Hello.
as soon as you, what's up, man? As soon as you start your first word, I'll start your timer.
All right. So you claim that letter 14 that, and what Leo was saying that, oh, Peter also equals Antioch. Well, when we read letter 14, we kind of get a different conclusion when you actually read the text. Because when we read what Leo says in letter 14, he says, and I quote, he says, and again, there was a certain on whose appointment is the greater city should undertake a fuller responsibility, through whom the care of the universal church should take coverage towards Peter's one seat, and nothing anywhere should be separated from its head. Pope St. Leo is teaching that the one seat that the universal church should take its coverage to is Peter's seat. So according to Pope St. Leo, that Leo equals Rome, Peter equals Rome. You can read scholars like Michael Miller, Archbishop Michael Miller. He also agrees with me too. And you also stated in letter 95, I knew you were going to bring up letter 95, so I already prepared for my thing for that. So you brought up that letter 95 that Leo was unable to remove him universally, and it wasn't until the council. Well, when you read what Leo said in letter 95, he says, and I quote, I have modified my practice somewhat in order that their slow minds might be aroused from by.
That's crazy. So that their slow minds might be aroused. So we just calling folks idiots. That's insane.
Some feelings are a compunction to ask the lenient treatment, end quote. Pope St. Leo in letter 95 says that he modified his excommunication against Dioscorus.
Yeah, I never said that. Jason, fight your urge. Fight your urge to be dumb. Please. Please. I never said Pope Leo didn't say that. I said that. Just said that was insane.
And we do know that a full condemnation of Dioscorus would have resulted in deposition by the Pope. You said here that the church was unsure that the tome that was unsure of the tome. That's why Chalcedon was convened. That's not true, as I already demonstrated in my opening statement. Rome, Constantinople, Antioch had already accepted the tome. That's 3 major patriarchs accepting the tome before the council. They don't seem pretty, in my opinion, they don't seem pretty confused at all. They actually do know what they're talking about. And we see this in letter, if I'm not mistaken, letter 69, when the empress declared that Anatolius has subscribed to Leo's letter. And so, yeah. And you said that Leo in the Sardican canon, you brought up Leo in the Sardican canons. No one disagrees with that. We believe that the Sardican canons reflect Rome's immediate and universal jurisdiction. We don't say that the Sardican canons grant this, right? And you said Theodoret was judged orthodox by the council, but Leo did it before it. That is not true. And I want to state this to the audience. Leo did not judge Bishop Theodoret to be an orthodox bishop. He reinstated him as bishop because 449 did not do it right. This is what Father Richard Price says. He says, and I quote, Bishop Theodoret of Cyrus and Ebos of Edessa were reinstated not in view of their theological opinions, but because their deposition at the Second Robert Council of Ephesus 449 had been tyrannous and uncanonical. So Leo did not judge Theodoret to be an Orthodox bishop. He judged that his trial at 449 was uncanonical. You also said honorifics.
That's still appealing to the church. If the Pope was saying that that's not canonical, the Pope was saying that's going against what the church teaches. Not what I'm saying. Like, come on, man. What is this?
For Basil 66-7 for Melentius, right? But here's the thing with honorifics and flowery language. Flowery language and honorifics do not reflect.
Again, Jason, fight your urge to be stupid. He just said that Pope Leo reinstated him because Second Ephesus was being uncanonical. It was being uncanonical, meaning that Pope Leo was appealing to a conciliar consensus, not himself. Seems like Pope Leo agrees with the Eastern Orthodox that the councils have the highest authority of things. Like what?
Reality. Honorifics and flowery language, they have a symbolic meaning towards it. And in letter 67 by Basil, he explains what he means, right? So when we see here that with honorifics, it cannot be applied to the Pope here because we see that Leo actually does do what he said he did and what the bishops claim that he could do. Like, for an example, Leo saying that he can shepherd all the churches throughout the world.
Because his reinstatement is simply articulation that quote unquote council, the Ephesus, was a false council. It's not a real council to be deposed from anyway. So therefore you reinstate it. Now, if you can show where an actual approved ecumenical council happened, right, that anathematized somebody, defrocked them, and then the Pope took that same person that was anathematized and defrocked and whatnot, and they reinstated him despite what the council had already articulated, then you got it, Brody. Then you got it. But that's not the case. Ephesus 2 is not a real council. It's a robber council. So whatever they enacted is being reversed because it wasn't real to begin with. Y'all silly. This is wild.
That is his responsibility. That's what he says in Sermon 4. And we see him literally doing this by annulling an ecumenical council in the East. So according to the Pope, that this privilege is not an honorific title. It's something that is really inherent to his see. And you brought up that Maximus technically that Leo would have been out of communion, which is not true. We get a different reading when we read the 10th session. It actually says that Leo received.
Jason ignorantly says that seems like Leo saved the East from heresy. So what about Honorius? Who saved y'all from heresy? Who saved Honorius from heresy? It's wild. Did Leo save us from heresy, or did the councils, or did the council's canons save the East from heresy, which is what Pope Leo is adhering to, saying that it was non-canonical. Their decision was non-canonical. Idiot.
Maximus to his communion, not the other way around. So you either misread or you just didn't read it at all. It's perfectly fine if you did.
Look at Jason being a bot.
And so you then
No, y'all remember Jason talking like this. Jason talking like that, something in his mouth. No, it was Pope Leo, and it was Satan. Bot mode.
then you mention a fuller judgment, as Leo says. What Leo wanted was everyone to agree. Leo wanted everyone to be on the same accord that he was to understand what he was saying, right? Because that's what Leo wanted in this council. He wanted everyone to agree with on the basis of the tome's acceptance. This is exactly what he says in letter 120. Leo says, and I quote, "The truth itself shines more brightly and is more bravely maintained when the faith had already taught is afterwards confirmed by further inquiry." And
it's not a historical fact. The historical fact is that Pope Leo reinstated a bishop who was wrongly deposed from a false council based upon the counsels of an actual authentic council. You're the one that's trying to twist the scripture. Twist the history and twist the canons because your noose is darkened. Clearly, that's why you're in bot mode.
Still, The good name of the priestly office gains much lesser where the authority of the highest is preserved without a thought that the liberty of the lower ranks has been at all infringed. And the result of a discussion contributes to the greater glory of God when the debaters exert themselves with confidence in overcoming the gainslayers. That what of itself is grown wrong.
Again, Jason, Rabbi Talon just said, again, this is why we call Jason a bot. He said no. Theodorus said he can do it in virtue of his authority. Rabbi Talon, your guy, just said that Leo said that it was uncanonical. So is he reading into it then? Dummy. Like, hey, somebody muzzle Jason. Somebody muzzle the dog. Again, you get 3 times to be stupid on purpose. You get muzzled after being stupid 3 times in a row. Just relax. Like, what is this?
May seem to be passed over in prejudicial silence. So, in the mind of Pope St. Leo, them judging the tome and Rabbi literally said himself, Leo's the one that said it was non-canonical. That's why I'm restoring you. Now, Jason, who's on his side, is saying, no, it's because the historians. Can't win for losing, can't lose for friendly fire, Jason. Friendly fire, Jason. He's on your side. I'm repeating what he said. them going over the tome by fuller judgment was no issue. He literally says his supreme authority was preserved in doing so. And he says when they judged the tome, they felt more confident in their faith because because the whole point was a testimony of their faith. This is what Bishop Secropius says when he talks about the Egyptian bishops in the 4th session. He said that the Egyptian bishops, by subscribing to the tome, is a witness to their orthodoxy. So, and this is exactly what Leo wanted. And my bad, I kind of dozed off there. And then you made the claim that the tome was the same as the 12 chapters. I already refuted that in my video that I made about you. You probably didn't watch it, which is fine.
Come on, Rabbi. Why would you be referencing a video that you made about him in the debate and not present it? You think that we follow you like that, bro? We don't. Say what you said.
So I'll just repeat the same points again. Right. So when we see the 12 chapters in the letter of Pope St. Leo, it's completely different.
Is he 15, really? Is Robert Tolan really 15? Really? This is insane. This is wild. Why are we even doing this? Why are we even watching this child?
Because the 12 chapters was conciliary accepted in an ecumenical council, whilst the tome was accepted by everyone before an ecumenical council. And as according to Leo, that God established this tome by divine institution. And that this was this was the works of the merits of Rome, my bad. And so according to Pope St. Leo, by divine institution, this tome was laid down. So, and we see this in evidence in letter 70, when he compares his tome to Cyril's dogmatic letters. He uses a Latin word, and I want the audience to pay attention. He uses a Latin word, veil, right? It means and in English, but in Latin, it just means the same level or identical. In Leo letter 70, he uses the word and. When using the tome and when using the dogmatic letters accepted by Cyril. The point where I'm getting at with here is that in Leo's mind, the tome was dogmatic because it's on the same level in comparisons as the dogmatic letters accepted by Cyril. And then you later stated that the Council of Ephesus and how the way the Council of Ephesus II treated the tome, the whole point of the council really was to get all these bishops back in their place because these bishops had they didn't really accept the tome because they thought it was really heretical, which isn't an issue for me. It's an issue for them because.
Rabbi Tolan, how am I lying on your name, bro? How am I lying on your name? Robert Tolan, how am I lying on your name? I'm reviewing the debate. How am I lying on your name? What did I lie about? What did I lie about? Tell me. Tell me what I lie about. So I said you said Leo didn't have the authority? When? Please, do you have a clip? This debate here on YouTube. I'm recording on YouTube. Go to my YouTube. Of course, Jason's messaged them. That's why he sounded like he got this shaft in his mouth. Go to my YouTube. Give me the timestamp. Rewind it. Yeah, this is live. Give me the timestamp where I said Rabbi Talon's saying that Leo does not have the authority. Show me where I said that. Go ahead. I'll wait. Bro. Like, again, these children, bruh. Idiots. Hey, Rabbi Talon, next time, how about you verify things for yourself instead of listening to a guy that sounds like he's stuffed with scrotum always, okay? Go and verify it for yourself, okay? I know you're not an adult yet, but do that next time.
Because when we do see that the Council Fathers fully expanding on the tome, saying it's orthodox. So, and then you mentioned that when the fathers, when they compared the tome with Cyril, and when they compared the tome like with other fathers, right? And I want to read, and I want to tell you why, and I'm going to read you the acts of itself. The officials told the council that every single time when you read out the tome or when you say the tome, you have to say it's in harmony with the fathers. This is what the officials said, and I'm going to read it now. But before I do, what's my time, host? If you don't mind, what's my time?
You have 1 minute and 50 seconds.
Perfect. Okay, so this is what the council said. This is what the officials, the Senate said. It says, "You should know each of you will give an account to God on behalf of his own soul and all of us, who long before to be taught the truths of religion, correctly see every dispute resolved through the concord of agreement, harmonious exposition and teaching of all the sacred fathers. Therefore, apply yourselves without fear, favor, and enmity to produce a pure expedition of faith."
Hey, y'all see they shut up, huh?
So that those who appear not will share the views of all to be restored in harmony by acknowledging the faith. And this is how the way the council respond. It says, "No one makes a new expedition, nor do we attempt to presume to do so. For it was the faith, for it was the fathers who taught and expounded and preserved in writings, and we cannot go beyond it." Sacropius, the most devout bishop, said, "There arose an affair with Eutychius. A decree was issued on the subject by the most holy and Archbishop of Rome."
James says, "I'm gonna be real. The way you're making fun of Jason speaks, screams. Okay, don't know what that means. Screams intellectual deficiency. You have that. You can have that opinion. You're allowed to have that opinion, James. He does sound like that, though. You can't deny it."
We assent to it, and we all signed the letter. It was not the bishop's idea to compare it with Cyril. It was not the bishop's idea to do so. The officials told the council to do so by an account of God, for it can be in the official minutes of the Acts of the Council. And an example that I would really like to prove is actually within Vatican I with Relatio and Pastor Aeternus. The Relatio was written to explain Pastor Aeternus because the bishops were confused. So what Bishop Gaither did, he explained papal infallibility by comparing it with the fathers, by showing it's in perfect continuity and it's in harmony, by like supremacy, this, that, and the third, right? So we see this example even within Vatican I, that they compared Pastor Aeternus with the fathers. And there was no issue. And a really good example that you should be familiar with, Bryce, is that at the Council of Lyons II, they already declared the Filioque dogma. And at Florence, the last
Jackie said, "How are they gonna be mad though? You're just reviewing you're just reacting to the debate, and they're coming at you." Exactly, because they're bots. They're bots. I'm giving my review and commentary on what's being said there. But they're so up each other's arses that they can't help themselves. It's in their programming. They can't help themselves. You know, we let them listen, man. We let them scratch their fleas. It is what it is.
Since reopened.
I've been told Dom is saying that I didn't believe Leo had authority. Oh, so you've been told that? Oh, see now it's whoa, hold on, everybody. The song is a little different now. See, before Rabbi came in with his bird chest puffed out, like I did this and I did that. Oh, why you lying on my name? You said, yeah, you said. Da, da, da. Now you've been told it. Oh, now the story's a little changed. Okay, there's proof. Okay, again, Rabbi Talon, give me, this is recorded. I already told you what to do. I don't know why you're still here instead of copy and pasting the timestamp so we can go and look at it together. Show the timestamp when I said Talon is saying that Pope Leo did not have authority. When did I say that? Please, no, don't give me the timestamp. We can go look at it together right now. Right now, I'll pause this debate. And I'll pull up my own live. Give me the timestamp of my live right now where I said, oh yeah, Rabbi Talon said that Pope Leo does not have authority. Go ahead. Give me the timestamp, brother. How you doing, George? Give me the time. You've been gone this entire time. Give me the timestamp. You had your chest, you had your bird chest puffed out the other while ago, saying that I for sure did it. Now the song is, well, you've been told it. You've been told it by a person that sounds like he has fungus feet in his mouth when he speaks. You didn't verify it for yourself. So give me the timestamp. What's the timestamp, Talon? What's the timestamp? Yeah. All right, little kid. Until then, kick rocks then. That's fine. Kick rocks then. You're a liar like your father, the devil. I never said, you said Pope Leo didn't have authority. That's the whole freaking debate, Talon. If you're an idiot if you think I said that. That's the whole debate. Why would I say that you're saying this? Here, I'll educate you. I'll educate you, sir. I'll educate you. What I said was, you just read something. Therefore, you just read, when Pope Leo reinstated Theodoret because Council Ephesus II deposed him non-canonically. They violated canons. That's what you said. You were literally reading something that stated this, that Pope Leo reinstated Theodoret because his deposition was done non-canonically. That's what I said. Because that's what you said. That is what you said. That is what you said. You said, when you were reading, that Pope Leo, again, if I'm backtracking, it's posted. This is recorded live. All you got to do is go back in the live. Like what? And then, once you said that, then I said myself, oh, based off of what he said, Pope Leo is appealing to the canons, which is the conciliar authority. Pope Leo is appealing to the canons. That's what I said. Now again, brother, I don't give a damn what you post. I don't care at all whatsoever. If you were real, if you were actually a man, if you weren't just a bot and a goober trying to get clicks and views, and you actually cared about your integrity and not bearing false witness, you would just give the timestamp. You would just give the timestamp where I did this, and then I would pull it up, and if I did what you accusing me of doing, I would just apologize. But you're not an adult. You're still a little kid. You don't think properly, sir. If you can pull up the timestamp why I said it, then you'll get an actual adult apology, because that's not what I was meaning to do at all whatsoever. But instead, you want to listen to another poll jocker instead of verifying if that actually happened. But okay, it's all good. Do what you do. I don't care. I'm done talking to you.
Opened the discussion, and they judged it just to prove their point to the Greek bishops that this is in fact Orthodox, not that the fact that they were trying to say it cannot be Orthodox. And that's the rest of my time.
Thank you, Talon. Appreciate it. All right, Bryce, for your 10-minute rebuttal, I'll start the timer when you start your first.
All right, cool. So regarding the letter 95 rebuttal, where he modified his excommunication because the church would not assent, even if we were to say that he attempted to locally excommunicate Dioscorus, right, that wouldn't be an issue for them. That wouldn't be an issue for us just because of the fact that Leo believed that he could excommunicate somebody. Things like that happened all the time in church history, especially at the time of Constantinople II, for example, where St. Justinian believed that he could excommunicate Pope Vigilius. Things like that happen all the time. So
Yeah, Price is saying that just because somebody felt like they could excommunicate somebody doesn't mean that they have ultimate supreme authority and supreme supremacy, like the emperor. So if that's the case, because if because you feel like you have supreme authority, then you have supreme authority, then so does the emperor.
I'm not really sure how emphasizing that he locally excommunicated Dioscorus in the first place would be some kind of supremacy being shown. Also, the Leo and the Sardican canons point that you had, that it only reflects Rome's position, or that it's basically just it's just reiterating or something like that, their divine right. That's a cope, because you would have to provide evidence for that to actually be the case. You're just presupposing your own position and that it's some kind of implicit thing that was just brought out through Sardica, which I think is ridiculous. Also, when you said honorifics do not reflect reality, I think that that's honestly a concession, because 90% of your arguments were people providing honorifics to the Pope, therefore that they believed that he was supreme.
Now, to still man the position, because I'm an adult, right? I think Talon was saying that the things that are said about the Pope isn't honorific because he can actually do the things that they're saying he's able to do or whatever. Therefore, it's not just an honorific. So Bryce might not be fully tracking here.
Dioscorus was referred to in Ephesus 2 as the bishop of the churches, or that he spoke through the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is infallible. The people at Ephesus 2 actually believed that Dioscorus spoke with the Holy Spirit. Things like this happen all the time, and obviously they don't reflect reality. That's
Maurice said, "This is why I like EO more than RC. Y'all more honest, except when it comes to praying to saints." How are we dishonest about praying to saints? What?
My point is the fact that just because there's some kind of just because there's some kind of honorific applied to some kind of bishop in some way, shape, or form, there's usually a broader context to that, especially like if they're trying to win over their support. As well as the 12 chapters part that you brought up here. Even if Pope Leo did believe that his own letter was equal to that of Cyril, he's referring to it being orthodox, not because of the status of it being dogmatic by itself. He was referring to the fact that the tome itself was referring to the exact same understanding of the incarnation as what Cyril was saying. And regarding the divine institution, where they would say that this tome was laid down by divine institution, that God protected Leo providing the tome, which I would honestly concede that other fathers also had done this, that God had done this with other fathers. Like, for example, St. Gregory the Theologian's orations, St. Cyril's anathemas, St. Athanasius on the incarnation, all of the major documentations that were used that were declared as dogma that were...
He's saying that, yeah, God worked through Pope Leo. Cool. God also worked through Cyril, through Athanasius, through Gregory Nazianzus, right? Through other fathers and bishops whose writings and teachings we consider dogma. How is that now papal supremacy? It's because God worked through them. Why can't God works through his people? Like, what? We don't believe Pope Leo was a heretic or anything. Like, what? It's okay, cool. Like, what do you mean? What's the issue?
Were utilized to profess the truth. So again, divine institution, and that the tome was laid down via that. And even if he believed that prior to the council, that doesn't mean that then therefore it already was the case in terms of the frontemy of the entire church. It still had to be actually judged to be that case. The church had to actually verify that that was the case. I'm going to go ahead and actually reference a couple other things here. So specifically from your opening, you referenced Eusebius, right, regarding the apostolic throne has been wont from the beginning to defend those who are suffering injustice. Wherefore I, being entangled in unavoidable embarrassments, fly to the only refuge after the help of God.
Look at all these people on my jock strap. Yo, Matthew said, "I'm calling the real insults, but can't debate to save his life." Brother, unprovoked. Like, who are you? Like, would you like an autograph? You want an autograph or something? Like, bro, this man Jason. Hey, it is probably one of Jason's bot accounts. Probably is. Jason, dentists exist. All right, let's go.
My own afflictions and extremity, where he actually refers that he requests the annulment of Ephesus 2. But it's a little interesting that was brought up because when you actually look at the Acts of the Council, we can actually see something that Eusebius specifically states in, I think it's section 187 here. It says, when Eutyches, whom I had accused, presented his plaint.
That is Jason. he told on himself. He said, "I already better now. Go check out. Go to the channel." He outed himself. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Idiots. Y'all talking about? You see what I'm saying? Bot idiots. I'm telling you, bro. He's the white crayon. I'm telling you, he's the white crayon, bro. Man, it's insane. It's stupid. Just dumb as hell. He and Jason is obsessed with me just like Danny's obsessed with me. Again, right? These bitter baby mamas of mine. I don't know. I don't do nothing to them. It's like when they interact with me and they end up looking foolish, they just delude themselves into thinking that they have a chance again. It's crazy.
To the Holy Council, he mentioned that I was his accuser. Why did Eusebius refer to the council as a holy council if
liar and a fraud? Sounds like a bitter baby mama to me. Sounds like a bitter baby mother to me, man.
that was already in an old council? Obviously, there were multiple people that referred to Ephesus 2 as a holy council still by the time of Chalcedon. So Leo obviously, at least maybe the majority of the church didn't know it was annulled. Maybe that's the case, right? Universal jurisdiction claim would then just go out the window because he claims that it's still a holy council at Chalcedon. He hasn't even actually understood that it was annulled yet. Regarding
he's mad because I made fun of his little speech impediment or whatever it is. Whatever it is, it sounds like he got a freaking schlong in his face. That's what he's mad at, and so that hurt his feelings. Jason, I'm sorry, bro. I mean to make fun of your schlong speech, bro. I'm sorry, bro. I apologize. Forgive me, dog.
let me see here. I wrote these down in a really bad order because I was typing fast. Go ahead. Let me see if I can bring that section here. Okay, so the second.
Everybody knows you're a complete joke from that debate, even EOs. So my job is done. Jason, you debated me before I even really studied the papacy, and even still you couldn't track the argument. The argument was very simple. The argument was simple: was if you said everybody believed this and held to this understanding of the Pope, all I gotta do is show somebody that didn't. Point refuted. But because, again, due to your speech, schlong for breath, schlong for speech, schlong for brain, you didn't track. You couldn't track. So every time I said, cool, that's fine, cool, that's fine, cool, that's fine, because it didn't have anything to do with my point. But you couldn't track that. Schlong for speech, schlong for breath, schlong for brain. You couldn't actually track it. It's okay. It's all right. You can believe whatever delusion you like to believe.
Pious argument specifically, where it says that the Eutychian matter has sprung up, and on this a form has been given by the Holy Archbishop Leo.
No free promo, Jason.
And we go by it, have all subscribed to the letter, to which the bishop shouted that we also say the explanation already given by Leo suffices, another declaration of faith must not be put forth. Right? So, though in session 2, Secre Pius does say this, Price translates this as, there arose the affair of Eutyches. A decree was issued on the subject by the most holy Archbishop of Rome. We assent to it and have all signed this letter. It's in the Acts, volume 2, page 10. He's later recorded then saying, Secre Pius said, the letter of the most holy Leo, Archbishop of Rome, accords with the definition of the 318 and the definition of the 150 Holy Fathers, and with the assent expressed by the holy and thrice blessed Cyril earlier at Ephesus and confirmed by the present council. We have agreed and then signed. This is in session 4, volume 2. Further, when the imperial commissioner stated that the bishops would indeed create a new statement of faith over and above the letters of St. Cyril in the tome of Pope St. Leo, Sacripius enthusiastically stated that we propose that the definition be read out for those who dissent and will not sign, and if those will not sign it should leave. For we agreed that what had been well defined and raised no objections. This is in session 5. So let me pull this up. Sorry. Also signing the tome prior. We can see that St. Anatolius of Constantinople had begun collecting signatures to the tome well before the council. This is in documents before the council. This is the 9th document before the council. We may presume that the bishops waiting at Nicaea before the council opened will have been pressed for their signatures. In the 4th session, a great number of bishops reported that they had already signed. Volume 2, page 4. Marcion's letter was accompanied by one from Pulcheria in document 3, which then added the significant details that Archbishop Anatolius of Constantinople had signed the tome, and the council would deal with the cases of those bishops which had been deposed.
Hey, TJ, did you find that timestamp? Did you find that comment or timestamp or anything like that? Did you find that comment or timestamp of Mike showing the receipts of me saying God Logic canceled? Oh, okay, it was in the story. All right, cool. So then I'm gonna block you then. Doofus.
Posed at Ephesus, and that in the meantime, these bishops have been told by Marcion to reoccupy their sees even before the council's decision. In fact, the emperor's agents were active in securing subscriptions to the tome, as many as the bishops as possible in the regions dependent on Constantinople and Antioch, as is mentioned in the letter of Leo. This is in document 9 of the documents for the council. Already in 21 October, Anatolius held a synod at Constantinople, at which he and his bishops signed the tome and were formally restored to communion with the Roman See. Volume 1, page 88 for all that. When Theodosius II died suddenly in the summer of 450, the court of Constantinople immediately reversed its ecclesiastical policy, and Eutyches was subject to restraint, and the bishops were pressed to sign Leo's tome as the only way to restore ecclesiastical communion with the West. Volume 1, page 118 from Father Richard Price. This is his statement. Far from it being sprung up on them at the council, as they would claim, obediently submitting to it as the bishops sign it, they state that they have examined the tome and found it to be in accordance with Nicaea, Constantinople, Ephesus, the letters of Cyril of Alexandria. And we can actually see here, Father Richard Price actually adds the important note that the tome took a second stage to the Cyrillian definitions, where he says that the council solemnly approved the tome of Leo. This is actually something that Father Richard Price specifically says himself. And it was a result of Roman insistence that the definition contains an unambiguous statement on two natures of Christ. There were significant non-Cyrillian features of the Christology of Leo, as of in the West in general, in a word. While Cyril treated Christ's human nature as the instrument of the divine word, Leo's emphasis on the cooperation of the two natures in the one mediator of between God and man, the man Christ Jesus, 1 Timothy 2:5. If we take Leo's Christology as our starting point, a very different interpretation of the definition emerges. But this was certainly not envisaged by the council's fathers themselves. They interpreted the tome as simply a confirmation of the insistence by the Home Synod of Constantinople in 448. In its condemnation of Eutyches, that Christ is consubstantial both with the Father and with us men, and that therefore the two natures of Christ that remain distinct even after the union. The distinctive features of Western Christology echoed in the tome were of no concern to the council whatsoever. In all, despite the formal approval of the tome by the Eastern bishops, both before the council, at the council, and the definition itself, it remained far less important for them than the conciliar letters of Cyril. This is in the Acts of Chalcedon, volume 1, page 67. Father Richard Price's words for that, since we're quoting him. Also, we can see in volume 2, page 68, people actually raised objections to compare it to Cyril, where it says, similarly, after the reading of Leo's tome at the second session of Bishop, Atticus of Nicopolis argued that the tome needed to be compared to the 12 chapters. In a subsequent informal meeting of the bishops, the Roman delegates had to satisfy their Eastern colleagues by playing down the Diophysite emphasis at the tome. Like I said, this is volume 2, page 68. And in several of the early sessions, it seems likely that an additional debate regarding Leo's tome or the definition took place, but it was not recorded. In volume 1, page 78, Father Richard Price actually states that himself. He makes that argument that there was debate regarding the tome, but it was not recorded, and this is seen implicitly in all of the people that are talking about it. So whether the tome was merely just an opinion or not is irrelevant to whether it had been ratified by a council, which we see that the bishops did. No one actually believes St. Leo just meekly submitted it as an opinion, any more than any other bishop submits a document as just an opinion. Had the council not ratify it, St. Leo would undoubtedly have continued simply sticking to the tome, insisting anyone who wanted communion with him to accept it.
Sweet. Thank you so much for that, Bryce. I'm going to bring Talon back up here. We're going to go to 15 minutes for the cross-examination.
All right, now we can finally get into the good part of the debate. If there's a good part of any debate, it's the cross exams. Now we can pay attention and see what's going on.
I'm guessing Talon's going to go first here.
Yes.
So just to be clear for everyone, the person who is leading the cross-examination is the person asking questions. The other person can ask a question, but only to clarify the question that the leader is asking. I'm going to do my best to not interrupt, but if things are getting sticky, I'll try to separate you guys and proceed. Yeah, I think that's good to go. Oh, it already started. Let me reset that. Yeah, Talon, whenever you say your first word, I will start the timer.
All right, I'm ready. All right, Bryce. So with your critique against Vatican I, do you think that what we believe is that can the Pope decree in opposition to the bishops?
Oh, you're muted, Bryce.
My bad. I would say that the section chapter 3 of Pastor Eternus that I read, that it actually states that you cannot go against the bishop even if the council were to declare contrary.
So are you saying that the Pope can decree in opposition to the bishop? Yes or no?
That's what Pastor Eternus says, yes.
Okay, so why did Pope Pius IX approve this document? It says, and I quote, "In the government of the church, never will they undertake anything which concerns the universal church without taking the counsel and advice of the bishops, as they did before the council." And so now, also afterwards, the Pope summons council and to ask the advice of the bishops scattered all over the world, use every means in their power to obtain understanding respecting the deposit of faith which has been confided to the church. So in this document approved by Pope Pius IX, it literally says that the Pope cannot decree in opposition to the bishops. So would you take back what you previously said, that the Pope can decree in opposition to the bishops?
I mean, just because Pope Pius IX states that...
Wouldn't that just be going against what the whole point of them not needing a council or the bishops? Wasn't one of his points that the Pope doesn't need to have a council of the bishops and stuff like that? It's not necessary. But then he's now saying, the Pope Pius says that they would never do it without the bishops.
That whatever is said in Pastor Eternus is not the case, then I mean, like, I think that's a little bit of just a contradiction in my opinion.
Oh, okay, it's a contradiction.
Oh, wait, hold on.
So the faith which has been confided to the church. So in this document approved by Pope Pius IX, it literally says that the Pope cannot decree in opposition to the bishops.
Wait.
Say that the section chapter 3 of Pastor Eternus that I read, that it actually states that you cannot go against the bishop even if the council were to declare contrary.
Cannot go against the bishop, talk about the Pope, even if the council were to declare contrary. So apparently there's a Latin document that states that even if a council says something against the Pope, you can't go against the Pope. But then Talon is saying that the Pope said they would never go against the bishops, the councils. That's a contradiction. How is that not a contradiction?
So are you saying that the Pope can decree in opposition to the bishop? Yes or no?
That's what Pastor Eternus says, yes.
Okay, so why did Pope Pius IX approve this document?
Yeah, that would just be a contradiction. That's not a problem for us. That would just be a contradiction for y'all. What?
It says, and I quote, "In the government of the church, never will they undertake anything which concerns the universal church without taking the counsel and advice of the bishops, as they did before the council." And so now, also afterwards, the Pope summons council and to ask the advice of the bishops scattered all over the world, use every means in their power to obtain understanding respecting the deposit of faith which has been confided to the church. So in this document approved by Pope Pius IX, it literally says that the Pope cannot decree in opposition to the bishops. So would you take back what you previously said, that the Pope can decree in opposition to the bishops?
I mean, just because Pope Pius IX states that that whatever is said in Pastor Eternus is not the case, then I mean, like, I think that's a little bit of just a contradiction, in my opinion.
Oh,
No.
okay, it's a contradiction. Okay.
How is that
so
not?
Do you believe that Vatican I has created a separation between head and members?
I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what you mean
So
by that.
basically, can the Pope ever be separated from the
Right.
consent of the church?
You're a minimalist, so I'd say that that's probably what you believe. That can't happen.
That cannot happen. Okay, so with this, in regards to Leo and Chalcedon, it is for the church to examine the grounds when the Pope decrees something, and it is for them to give their consent, not the fact that they gave the authority to the tome. It's that the fact that they acknowledge the tome. And that's what Leo says in letter 120. And I'm going to read you letter 120, and I'm going to ask you a question. So when Leo says,
Didn't Jason say earlier that it was the tome? If we could scroll up on these TikTok comments, I might have muted them. I'm pretty sure he got muted. But didn't Jason say no? It was the tome. No, it was the tome. Right? Ain't that what he said? Yeah, here it is. I wonder if I can pin it. Y'all see that? No, it was Leo. It was the tome. Y'all see that pinned comment right there? Are y'all able to see? but let's rewind real quick. Hold on.
they gave the authority to the tome. It's that the fact that they acknowledge the tome. Now,
Hold on.
examine the grounds when the Pope decrees something, and it's for them to give their consent, not the fact that they gave the authority to the tome.
Not the fact that they gave their authority to the tome. Wait a minute. Jason said no, it was Leo. It was the tome. What, bro, hold on. But hold on. Just in case I'm not. Oh, let me make sure I'm not lying on Talon's name. Let's do it one more time. Let's hear it one more time.
It's for them to give their consent.
For them to give their consent.
Not the fact that they gave the authority to the tome.
Not the fact that they gave their authority to the tome. Whoa. But Scrotum Voice said I was lying on his name.
It's that the fact that they acknowledge the tome. And that's what Leo says in letter 120.
And that's what Leo says in letter 120. Oh, but I'm lying on people's names. Got it. Makes sense.
I'm going to read you letter 120, and I'm going to ask you a question. So when Leo says, and I quote, but has corroborated by the irrevocable assent of the whole brotherhood what he had already laid down through our ministry, to show that what had been first formulated by the most foremost see of Christendom, and then received by the judgment of the whole Christian world, and truly proceeded from himself, that this too, that the members may be one with the head. The truth itself shines more brightly and is more bravely maintained when the faith had already taught is afterwards confirmed by further inquiry. And still, the good name of the priestly office gains much in leisure, where the authority of the highest is preserved, without a thought that the liberty of the lower ranks at all being infringed. Okay, so would you say that according to Leo, when they judged his tome, it did not take away from his supreme authority, but rather it confirmed the bishops in their faith?
That's pre-assuming he has supreme authority in the way that you're articulating it. Somebody can say that it affirmed what he said because they already believed it. But that, what does that have to do with him or affirming or taking away authority if you're assuming that they thought that he had supreme authority in that way?
I mean, like, I obviously hold to the fact that the tome was judged by the council itself. So, like, I don't really know what you mean by that it took away his supreme authority.
That's not what I'm asking, because according to Leo, he says his highest authority was preserved in their judgment of the tome. And then he says that when they judged it, they were confirmed in their faith, not that the fact that they confirmed Leo's faith. So I'm going to ask the question again and answer it directly. When, according to Leo, when they judged the tome, did it take away from the supreme authority of him?
Again, I think it's a presupposing of that one. Nobody disagrees that the Pope has authority, bro. Like, what? Nobody disagrees that the Pope has authority, man. And why would it take away from his authority?
I would say that it didn't take away from the authority, no?
Okay, and so
I believe that he had an authority. I don't, I
Okay,
don't, I
okay,
don't,
fine, okay,
I
okay,
don't doubt
that's
that.
fine. Okay, that's fine. But in letter 120, does Leo believe that when they judged the tome, it was not a testimony of his orthodoxy, but rather their orthodoxy?
I mean, I wouldn't say that it just only says that. No, I wouldn't say that that letter 120 only denotes that, because
Then
the actual council in of itself, right, utilizes judgment, and this is admitted in the synodal letter.
Yeah, and even Pope Pius IX agrees that bishops in an ecumenical council are to give their judgment, because now it's in an ecumenical council, as Pope Pius IX says, and I can read you what Pope Pius IX says. He says that bishops in an ecumenical council are to give their judgment. Now that these bishops are at Chalcedon, they are to judge the tome. So would you say that now these bishops judging the tome is an issue for Vatican I?
I would say that it is based off of chapter 3 of Pastor Eternus. Yes.
Okay, but as already explained, Pope Pius IX says that the bishops can judge in an ecumenical council, and even Bishop Gaser says he also concurs the same thing. And Bishop Gaser was interpreting Pastor Eternus, and it was approved. So would that contradict your interpretation?
No, I don't think it would.
Oh, okay. Oh, it wouldn't. So
Like regarding
okay.
the well, are you talking about Pope Pius IX part?
Pope Pius IX. You do know who Pope Pius IX is?
Yeah, he was the one that presided at Vatican I, right?
Yeah. Okay. So why are you disagreeing with Pope Pius IX when he's the one literally saying it?
Because specifically with Pastor Eternus in chapter 3, that was the section that I utilized regarding that argument. And
Yeah,
so
and
if
I
Pope Pius,
understand that. I understand
yeah,
that. I
so
understand
it,
that. So wait,
yeah, so it says that the
listen.
church doesn't go against. It says that the church cannot go against the Pope.
Okay, but within the consent of the church, the Pope cannot go against the consent of the within the church.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
Sure.
so
That's my position. Whatever.
that's your position. Okay, so your position is Vatican I. Got you. Okay, anyways.
No,
So
that's not how
when
that
we
works.
read Sermon 4, of Pope Saint Leo, Leo says, and I quote, "And it's still out of the whole world, only Peter is chosen. He is put before the calling of all nations and at the head of all the apostles and all the fathers of the church. Although in the people of God there are many bishops and many pastors, Peter in his own right governs whom all Christ rules as the head." So in Leo's Sermon 4, Pope St. Leo is saying that whoever Christ shepherds in the church, Leo also shepherds. So would you say that Leo in Sermon 4 is clearly teaching universal jurisdiction based off this quote, or no?
I don't think that's teaching universal jurisdiction.
Explain.
No, I think that
Explain.
if he's because if he's pastoring to people, that doesn't mean that he has an ecclesial authority over them by default. Pastoring.
No, wait. He's saying that the shepherding is to all
Shepherding is pastoring. Does he not know? Surely you know what pastor is, right?
of the churches universally. Do you believe it's within Do you believe it's within the Pope's prerogative to shepherd the universal church?
I believe that that's something that he's supposed to do. Yes.
Really? So the Pope is supposed to shepherd the universe. Okay, that's Vatican I.
He's supposed to, but
anyway,
dude.
Yeah, anyway. So look, so when we
This is low key dishonest. I don't know why Bryce is not more fighting, like, more like aggressive. That's the word I'm looking for. Again, like I say, he seemed tired from his opening. But you have a certain amount of time to respond and articulate yourself. Like, he can't, if you're not done talking, he can't cut you off and tell you you're done talking, like, unless you let him.
You think I'm an absolutist, and I don't know why that you're arguing against me as an absolutist.
Wait, hold on. It's my cross exam. So when we read, so with the Sardican canons, right? My question for you with the Sardican canons is that within the appeals of Theodoret and with this, would you say that the appeals of Theodoret reflect the Sardican structure?
Sure. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So why don't we see this within Theodoret's letter himself? He doesn't appeal to Rome as a court. He appeals to Rome as the see of Peter, which is a huge distinction.
I'll just say that that's honorifics.
Huh? Say again?
Yeah, saying that he's the see of Peter is just honorifics. Sure.
No, but he says that he can reinstate him as bishop because he's the first see and he has many privileges. So do you believe it's within the Pope's prerogative by his own immediate jurisdiction to instate bishops by his own privilege?
If he's appealing to the see of Peter, right, that doesn't automatically mean that then he can just exercise jurisdiction outside of himself. That's not what Theodoret's saying.
That's exactly what Theodoret is saying.
Asking for an appeal from Rome doesn't automatically mean that then therefore he can just do that.
It's my cross exam. Look, Theodoret, and I can read you. I can read you it right now because you're not telling the truth on what Theodoret is saying. Theodoret says, literally here, He says, for every reason is fitting for you to hold the first place, inasmuch as your see is adorned with many privileges. He says, for I await your decision. If you bid me abide by the sentence of condemnation, I abide, and henceforth, yada yada. So he's literally saying, because you are the see of Peter, and because you are the first see, and your see adorns with many privileges, you can reinstate me as bishop. Is this Eastern Orthodox ecclesiology?
Where did he say verbatim that to reinstate him as bishop again?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
Maybe
Okay.
clarification.
Yeah, he says, I implore you, the insults piled after all my labors on my poor gray head. Above all, I implore you to tell me whether I ought to put up with this uprighteous deposition or not, for I await your decision. If you bid me abide by the sentence of condemnation, I abide, and hence therefore I trouble no man and wait for the righteous tribunal of our God and Savior. So Theodoret in this letter is saying that if it's within the Pope's prerogative to reinstate him as bishop, because the whole context of this, he's appealing to the Pope to reinstate him as bishop.
It seems again it seems like this is a little dishonest. It seems like he's saying, is this correct? Is this decision actually correct or not? Tell me. I'm appealing to you to determine if this was the correct decision or not. If it's correct, cool. If you say it's correct, fine. It is what it is. I'm deposed. But if it's not correct, reinstate me, because you have the authority to do so by deeming it non-canonical, because it's not canonical. If it's not canonical, that's the whole point. If you're the one that's been accused of something, right? If you're the one that's been accused of something, you yourself, the one that's accused can't be like, nah, what y'all doing is non-canonical, therefore I'm not gonna listen. No, you're gonna get someone else who's supposedly in right standing or whatever to vindicate you and affirm you based on the canons, based on the proper jurisdiction, not in and of himself. That's the part that's being read into. And the reason why it's so sneaky and so sly is because it's this. We're right here, they're right there. We're not saying the Pope does not have authority and can't be appealed to. We're saying the reason why the appealing is happening and what it's grounding is the church, the canons, the conciliar consensus, what's been articulated by the church ecumenically already. Which is why Pope Leo deemed his disposition, or Theodoret's disposition, non-canonical. So I just, again, this is stupid.
And we see this within, we do, because we see within the first session, he was reinstated as bishop and as the council fathers proclaimed.
First off, the council did not automatically state that he was automatically reinstated. He showed up specifically as a bishop, and not because of the fact that he was already reinstated by
That's
Leo.
not what the council said. Do you want me to read what the council actually said?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
You can pause it if you want.
Yeah. Can you pause the time right quick?
Pause.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, we're back to the gallon.
Right quick.
While he's pulling that up, we have more questions for Bryce than we do for Talon at the moment. So if you want equal time for your guy, go ahead and get some more questions in, especially for Talon.
Also, I do agree that there are some people that agreed with Theodora being a bishop prior to Chalcedon. I have no issue with that.
Theodoret restored the council, found it. So when Theodoret entered the council, this is what the official said. It says, the most devout Bishop Theodoret, restored to his see by the most holy Archbishop to the renowned city of Rome, has now appeared in the role of accuser. Lest the hearing to be disrupt, let us conclude what has been initiated. The presence of the most devout Theodoret will be prejudicial to no one, since obviously enough full right speeches and assured blah blah blah. It's basically saying when he entered the council, the official said Theodoret, he was reinstated by Leo. So that goes against with what
Okay. So he accepted Theodoret into communion with him. Okay.
That's not but did he reinstate him as a bishop?
I would say that he wasn't a valid bishop until session 8. When the church formally put him into. That's literally what session 8 is.
That's not
the whole point of
when
it.
we read the first session, they literally proclaimed his bishopric. Why did they
If they
proclaim?
proclaim
Oh,
his-
wait. Pause. Why did they proclaim his bishopric in the first session? Even though according to you, it happened in the 8th session. Why did they proclaim his bishopric in the first session?
Because there were already people that agreed that he was a bishop.
No.
So what?
Okay. So by the majority consensus.
I said that already.
So by the
By the
majority
majority of consensus?
yes.
I don't really know if it was a consensus or not. I have no
You
idea.
don't know if it was a consensus or not.
I don't know if the majority of the church accepted Theodorite by that point or not.
Well, to answer you, they did. So let me ask you another question.
How do you know that though? How do you know that though?
Let me pull up my questions. So, do you believe that within Pope Leo, he truly did believe Eastern Orthodox ecclesiology?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so within Eastern Orthodox ecclesiology, you do know you cannot like say things that the Pope's apostolic jurisdiction can extend beyond the Western regions. You do know that, right?
Yeah, unless there's some form of appeal that's given where the
That's not
Pope
what your
wants to be
patriarch
involved in
said.
something.
That's not what your.
What do you mean that
official
my
Orthodox-
patriarch?
No,
Name
yeah,
one.
that's not what your patriarchs. The 4 out of the
Name
5
one.
patriarchs accepted this document. Well, hold on. So let me pull this up. So this is the encyclical of the Eastern Patriarchs. 4 out of the 5 of the patriarchs accepted this document. So this is what it says here. Let me pull it up. It says, "Thus he who is cited by His Holiness as a witness of the primacy of the Roman Church shows that its dignity is not of the lordship, nor even applied to which St. Peter himself was never ordained, but his brotherly privilege in the Catholic Church, which called applied jurisdiction of the Pope over the West a custom. This uttered a determination on account of the city," they're quoting Canon 28. And then it says, "Here nothing is said of the Pope's special monopoly of the apostolity of St. Peter, still less of the vicarship and Rome's bishops and a universal pastorate." So it literally says, Rome's applied jurisdiction did not extend to the east. It was a Western custom.
That's not what it says. He said that it's talking about New Constantinople. That the jurisdiction didn't extend to New Constantinople. Not the whole East. New Constantinople. And I think Bryce's response, or probably will be, again, unless there's some type of appeal that happens.
So why are these bishops appealing to Rome to get their case retried, even though they're in the east? But according to your official position, the Pope cannot do this.
Can I ask a clarifier?
Yeah, of course.
Regarding the encyclical that you're talking about, is that something that is that something? When was that written?
That was written in 1848. It's a reply to Pope Pius IX's letter. It's a reply to Pope Pius IX. And 4 out of the 5 patriarchs accepted this: Constantinople, Alexandria, Antioch, the four main. And but
Put a 3, I think. But like again, like if a documentation was not accepted by the entire church, it's not considered a pan-Orthodox encyclical. So I'm not really sure like how that's relevant.
It's still going to be authoritative here in this case because it's the Orthodox position. Because
If it's not the Orthodox
four out of
position,
five-
if it's
if
not,
4 out of 5 patriarchs are agreeing with something here, saying that the Pope's apostolic jurisdiction does not extend to the east, and you're saying that's not the Orthodox position. So what would be the Orthodox position in this case?
again, because of the
pausing the
fact
time.
that
Real quick, if you do make a statement, please allow Bryce to reply to the statement.
Thank you, moderator.
So just because of the fact that there was a document that was written and the majority of the church, not the entire church, by the way, the majority of the church agreed with a certain position, that doesn't mean that that's in the pan-Orthodox position. So I'm not really like that's not how Eastern Orthodox ecclesiology works.
Never.
So
did.
if there was patriot, yeah, so then you're saying it's the Orthodox position, but it's, that doesn't mean that it's the
let me
Orthodox
clarify.
position.
Let me clarify. I'm saying that it's an authoritative position on the Orthodox Church because 4 out of the 5 accepted this: Constantinople, Alexandria, Antioch, and Jerusalem. The 4 main patriarchs accepted this document. And within this document, it contradicts your argumentation here because it's saying that the Pope did not have this jurisdiction. So why in this Orthodox document are they saying this?
I mean, they'd be saying that because they have that belief in that certain section of Roman ecclesiology.
Okay.
Like if something is not pan-Orthodox in the Orthodox Church, it's not something that's automatically approved pan-Orthodox, literally. So I mean, like it didn't have the assent of the entire church just to hold that position.
Okay. So within session 10, when the legates in Anatolia said that Leo annulled Ephesus 2, do you believe it's within the Pope's prerogative to annul councils and ecumenical councils?
I don't believe that he actually completely annulled the council. The specific
That's not
term
what
that was
the-
used by Hillary, the specific term that was used by Hillary was contradictor, which means to raise an objection. Doesn't mean that it was
Well,
completely
when we read what Anatolius said, he says the decisions were instantly overturned. And the legate said that
Anatolius
Leo
supported Rome,
wait,
sure.
wait. And Leo said, and the legate said that Leo was the one who annulled their decisions. And Anatolius, in his letter to the Pope, says it's within his prerogative to do so. So how is it Eastern Orthodox ecclesiology that the Pope can assert his authority over a council, let alone an
if you wanna-
ecumenical council?
If you want to pause the time, I want to see that. I want to see where Anatolia. I want to see where it was said that it was instantly overturned by Leo prior to the council.
Got you. Hold on. Pull up.
I want to actually hear that verbatim so that I can talk about it.
Got
Yeah.
you.
Prior to the council.
Can you hear me?
And then what we'll do, since we have 20 seconds left, is once you find the quote you're looking for, Bryce can answer, and you can ask one follow-up question, and that'll be the end of your time.
That's perfect. Okay, so let me try to find it. My bad if I'm taking it long. I'm trying to read over the 10 session right quick.
You're good.
Of course. We did get another super chat for Bryce. So again, we're lacking a little bit. We have some questions for Talon, not as much as we do for Bryce. And get those likes up. We got 195. You're messing up the grift, dog. You can't answer whatever. You need equal time.
Hey, people can just still send them either way.
We got
You're still
195
getting the grift.
watching, 116 likes. Go ahead, hit those likes up.
Let's see, 11th session. There we go. Okay, I think I have it. Yeah, I do. I have it.
Go ahead.
Okay, this is what Anatolia says. He says, and I quote, "The late proceedings at Ephesus were instantly overturned, specifically from the time when after this they received a correction that from the very finding pleasing in God, I therefore declare that none of the proceedings out of the so-called council have force, except those regarding the most Bishop Maximus, because Leo received to his communion." So that's verbatim saying that the council was instantly overturned by the decision of Leo, and Anatolius is saying, I too agree with Leo. So how is this within Orthodox ecclesiology? And my follow-up question. So how is this within Orthodox ecclesiology that a pope can annul an ecumenical council or a council? How is that Eastern Orthodox ecclesiology?
I mean, if Anatolius agrees with Rome that something should be overturned, that doesn't then contradict my position. That is basically that is literally what you're asking.
Now what I'm asking. How is it Eastern Orthodox ecclesiology that a pope can overturn the decisions of a council or an ecumenical council?
Just because of the fact that Pope Leo believed that that was the case, and then Anatolius agreed with him, that does not mean that then therefore it was then overturned by the entire church, which is why it had to be formally condemned at the Council of Chalcedon.
Okay.
All right.
So Talon is like, you're not really answering my question. The way Bryce is like, I'm answering your question because the reason why it's not going against Eastern Orthodox ecclesiology is because in reality, what happened was that it still was considered, it still went upon the ordinance of being articulated by the council officially in order to be taking place, which both Anatolius and Leo would have obviously agreed with because that's what happened historically. Probably how you should have answered that.
That is time. We're going to do 15 minutes. Again, Bryce and Talon, you'll see it backwards, but that's just so the audience can see it regularly. We'll get 15 minutes from Bryce to Talon, starting whenever you start.
Alrighty. So I promise that this is pertinent, but would you say that when St. Basil or St. Augustine, for example, in their time, used certain language of necessity of being in communion with either Antioch or Jerusalem, that it's just flowery language and doesn't denote a proper ecclesia?
Yeah, I would say that they use that same language the same way Pope Pius XII does when he says that the bishop is in the church and the church is in the bishop. He who does not have communion with the bishop does not have communion with the church. It's the same way that Pope Pius XII, a pope who was long after Vatican I, says the exact same thing, that you need to be in communion with the bishop to be in communion with the one true church.
Okay, so specifically regarding St. Augustine with Jerusalem, for example, where he says that you are not a Catholic if you are not in communion with Jerusalem. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, as I already explained.
Okay.
Like because in my ecclesiology, I as a Catholic, I cannot sever communion with any of the patriarchs and still be considered a Catholic, because I cannot do that. The same way that Pope Pius XII says that.
So when the schism occurred, Jerusalem went with you?
When the schism occurred, what's
Yeah,
schism?
yeah. What do you mean? What schism?
What schism?
The Great Schism.
The Great Schism. What does that
The
have to do with
schism.
Chalcedon? What does that have to do with Chalcedon?
Why are you asking questions? Why are you asking questions? Yo, this is so insane.
Because I'm going to ask a follow-up question regarding it with Chalcedon.
Okay, restate the question.
Okay, so did the Patriarch of Jerusalem go with Rome
Yeah.
in the Great Schism? No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
So we just lying, bro? So we just gonna lie on purpose? Like, really? That's what we're doing? That's what we're doing? Really? Guys, quick history lesson. The Patriarch of Jerusalem is Eastern Orthodox. Okay? In case y'all didn't know that. The Jerusalem Church is Orthodoxy. Okay? So, I don't know why he's lying on purpose. It's crazy.
Rome was in communion.
that-
Wait,
no.
Jerusalem was in communion with Rome when the Great Schism happened in 1054. Yes.
Oh my gosh, no, they weren't. The synodal letter use of ratification, for example. Would you say that the church ratified the decision to condemn Dioscorus, meaning that he condemned universally and infallibly by this point?
Say again.
Would you say that the church ratified the decision to condemn Dioscorus, meaning that he was condemned universally and infallibly by this point?
Yeah.
Okay, so prior to that, would you say that Dioscorus' condemnation was still up for interpretation and argumentation?
No, as Leo says.
That's not true. That's
That is
actually not
true,
even
and
true.
as
No,
already
it's not.
read letter 95, that this is true because Leo said he modified his excommunication for he can literally repent and have an Orthodox profession of faith at that council.
Okay, so then he modified whatever that he locally did in order for the council to make a formal decision, right?
That's not a contradiction with my paradigm.
That's it. Okay, so then
By the way, anybody can Google this. Was the Church of Jerusalem in communion with Rome after the Great Schism? Anybody can Google this.
so then Dioscorus' condemnation was still up for argumentation prior to the council.
because Leo said that.
So if it was up for interpretation prior to the council and the word ratification was used in letter 98, the synodal letter, then when it says Pope Saint Leo, or when it says the tome of Leo was ratified by the council as well, that would then equal that it's then up for interpretation prior to the
That
council.
does not mean that. That does not mean that because
That does.
just because that the
That
council,
follows from that.
Just because that the council formally puts it in its minutes does not mean that they had to give some type of examine it by a superior authority. That doesn't follow. And as I already explained with Dioscorus in letter 95, Leo said he modified his sentence against Dioscorus because he was going to leave it up to the council.
Yeah, and the
Yeah.
church did the ratification of Dioscorus, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
No.
Yes.
I don't think Bud is like. Okay, so maybe let me see if I'm understanding. See if y'all get it or not. He's saying Leo ratified his Leo modified his tome for it to be judged by the church, by the councils, but that doesn't mean the council is judging it to be accepted. Bryce is saying Leo gave his tome to the council, and because the council's ratifying it, they are judging it. Because that's what the ratification is and is for. Because you're ratifying it. Otherwise, why ratify it?
Regarding the ratification of Dioscorus, it specifically states that it was ratified as as condemnation by the council, right?
Exactly what I just
Okay. So then the same letter says that the tome was ratified. So what does that mean?
That means that they accepted it, not the fact
Oh
that
my
they gave
gosh.
Jerusalem.
That's crazy. Hold on. Let's back up.
Exactly what I
Hold on. Maybe I didn't catch that video.
Yeah, and the
No.
church did the ratification of Dioscorus, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
No.
Yes.
Regarding the ratification of Dioscorus, it specifically states that it was ratified as as condemnation by the council, right?
Ratified as condemnation. Ratified, determined as, judged as condemnation by what? The council. And so then the ratification of Publius' tome is judged as what? Dogma. By what? The council. So it's not just an acceptance, it's that they've determined what it is officially there through the council. They're not just, because Talon is basically trying to say, all the church was doing is going like, Pope Leo said it, so yeah, let's accept it. But no, it seems like historically what happened was Pope Leo articulated it, something that we already believed. Anyway, we take what he said. Yeah, this is correct. Dogma, boom. Because it's the church that is the final authority in it all, as far as that goes. That's wild.
Exactly what I just.
Okay. So then the same letter says that the tome was ratified. So what does that mean?
That means that they accepted it, not the fact
Oh
that
my
they gave
gosh.
juridical authority to it. And I already.
That's a
explained it.
special plead.
That's not a.
That is a
because I
special
already-
plead.
Because look, let's make this make sense. If the church had already accepted the tome before Chalcedon, do you think that it makes sense for them to ratify and to put in the official minutes of the acts because the
Yes. Because the church, the councils are what officially articulate what Christianity is. We can believe something and hold to something, but if that thing is what's in challenge, like the Trinity, like Christology, or whatever, it is the duty and obligation of the church to officially articulate this dogmatically, because Christianity has spoken in the church. Yes, they have to do that. What? Come on, man.
official because the officials told them to do so? Wouldn't that make more
Well,
sense?
this is not. That's not.
Okay,
my
yeah, my bad.
thing, by the way.
Yeah, my bad.
So regarding Egypt and Palestine, do you think that Egypt and Palestine had the right to reject the Tome of Leo temporarily?
They had not. No, they did not have that.
They didn't have the right to do that. So the council was just wrong here when they allowed it.
I would say that they did not have that right because it was orthodox.
Hold
That
on.
wasn't my question.
Hold on. Let's back up. I missed that.
They had not
By the
told them to do so. Wouldn't that make more
Well,
sense?
this is not. So regarding Egypt and Palestine, do you think that Egypt and Palestine had the right to reject the Tome of Leo temporarily?
I know, Egypt and Palestine, did they have the right to reject the Tome of Leo temporarily? Okay.
They had not. No, they
Talon says no, they do not have that right.
did not have that.
They didn't have the right to do that. So the council was just wrong here when they allowed it.
Council allowed for them to reject the tome temporarily. Okay.
I would say that they did not have that right because it was orthodox.
That
And
wasn't
I
my
would-
question.
Nah, the question was now, was the council wrong for allowing it?
Well,
I said,
That's
was
not
the
what
council wrong when they allowed it?
well, the council. No, of course it wasn't because it was.
So then if the council wasn't wrong, and when them allowing it, then they had the right to do it because the council allowed it. Otherwise, if they did not have the right to do it, then the council should not and wouldn't have allowed it. Otherwise, the council would be wrong. This is stupid.
disciplinary.
Say that again?
No, because it was disciplinary.
Okay, so the council allowed them to not accept the town. They temporarily rejected the council due to problems that they had. So again, was the council incorrect
And how is that disciplinary? How is that disciplinary for talking about Christology? The tome is on Christology.
when they allowed
I
it?
already know, and I already told you because it was disciplinary. And if you're, are you referring? Can I ask a clarify? Can I ask a clarify?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, are you referring to the fourth session?
Yes.
Okay. Secropius verbatimly refutes what you just said. And I'm going to read what Secropius says. I think this is within the fourth session. Yeah, this is what Secropius says. Yeah,
Pause his time.
and this is what no, this is what the official said. My bad. This is what the official said. It says, since the most devout bishops of Egypt have for a time being deferred from signing the letter of the most Archbishop Sacred Leo, not out of opposition to the Catholic faith, but on
Yeah, I already
grounds
read
that
that
it
in
is
my
the
opening.
custom in the Egyptian diocese to do nothing without the approval of their decision of the Archbishop.
Yeah, I already read that in my thing.
Yeah. So
So
them
again, yeah. So
rejecting it-
just so, okay. So then in that case, if there's no way, right, in your paradigm, for let's say a certain bishop in a certain diocese wants to reject a certain ex cathedra statement, like something like ineffabilis deus, for example, if they choose not to sign it for something disciplinary, is that allowed?
if the council is saying it, because it's not out of faith, right? They literally said.
I mean, it
they
was
do
out
not
of faith.
vote.
You can see it prior to. You can
That's
see it
not what
prior
the
to
official
this.
said. That's not what the official said.
Again,
The
just because of
said-
the fact that, dude, just because of the fact that, just
Official
because of the
said-
fact, stop, just because of the fact that there are people, especially at that time, that believe that, because like there were obviously people that had different opinions on that at the council, especially because you can literally see that there were people that raised objections to the Tome of Leo at the early on in the council, thinking it was Nestorian. I already quoted somebody that did.
Okay, so
So did he have the right to do that?
Not insofar as the faith, as the officials said, they did not do it outside of faith, but only because they did not have an archbishop. And I want to ask a clarify. So when you say these bishops said that it was Nestorian, what bishops? Clarify.
Say again?
To me in the
I
audience.
mean,
Clarify to me
I
in the
don't-
audience. When you say bishops,
Can you pause the time real quick? I gotta bring that back up now because I put that down. Let me bring that back up.
These boys are squabbling. I'm not gonna hold you. That was very childish.
So this is in volume 2, page 68. It says, similarly, after the reading of Leo's tome at the second session, Bishop Atticus of Nicopolis argued that the tome needed to be compared to the 12 chapters. In a subsequent informal meeting of the bishops, the Roman delegates had to satisfy the Eastern colleagues by playing down the Diophysite emphasis on the tome. And then there's another one here that I need to find. That was actually the Nestorian accusation. Sorry about that. I
You're good, I paused
dropped
time.
all of these out of my thing. Sit on. Okay. Oh my gosh, I'm not going to waste time. I'm just going to continue here. I apologize. I can't find it anymore because I dropped it. I said it during my rebuttal,
Well,
but let me go ahead and just pull up a different section here.
hey man, come on man, can't do that. Can't be doing that in the squabble, man.
You can go ahead and continue. So regarding Saint Flavian, for example, and his appeal to Saint Leo, where he says that over the sacred synod at Ephesus, issuing a decree also that God shall inspire your mind that a united synod of the fathers, both of West and East, may be held, and that same faith preached everywhere, that the constitutions of our fathers may be upheld. It says the bishops who did not consent to this iniquity are much more numerous, as the reading of the above written report of your blessedness shall explain. Regarding Pastor Eternus in chapter 3, where it says the Roman pontiff is placed over the universal church, we further teach and declare that he's the supreme judge of the faithful. If that was something that was implicitly believed by people at that time, then why did Saint Flavian ask for him to call for a council instead of making that decision himself?
Because Flavian, along with Leo, wanted a fuller judgment. He wanted everyone to see this. And with Flavian thought the Pope alone can resolve an issue to render an ecumenical council useless. So for Flavian, asking for a council is no issue, because this is exactly what Leo wanted, for a wider examination on the case, because he wanted everyone to agree. This is what the scholars say.
But every single diocese, especially at the time, like at the time specifically of Ephesus 2, was in regards, except for Rome with Ephesus 2, right? They were in line with Ephesus 2? Okay, so then the only patriarchate that still remained was Rome, right?
Technically, yeah.
Okay, so then when Flavian makes that specific appeal to Leo to ratify utilizing a council, that would be that would be pretty much counterintuitive to what is declared in Pastor Eternus, would it not?
No, because as I already explained, as I already demonstrated with Flavian's letter to Leo, and I'm going to restate what I already stated. It literally says that Leo alone can settle the entire issue. For Flavian, he believes that Leo can settle the entire issue, and there's no issue with my ecclesiology, because I can pull up code of canon law that states that the bishops in the Catholic Church ought to be in a council for a wider examination to be in a case. I'm paraphrasing, by the way. Because in what we teach, we actually teach that councils are very much necessary, and we want councils. But what Flavian was asking for the Pope to do was to give a wider examination on the case. But even for Flavian, and he himself admits that the Pope alone can just do it.
Okay, so if the Pope alone had the ability to do it, and the entire church was already in a robber council and ascending to a robber council, then how could a council, why would Flavian then be appealing if he believed that the Pope had the ability to basically just nullify everything, that he wouldn't just issue something verbatim that would basically bind the consciousness of the entire church to it?
That's literally what he did. That's literally what he did.
No, it's not, because
That
he
is
literally
what he did.
asked him to make a council. He did not ask him to write a statement that would declare the entire faith verbatim. He stated to establish a council in that appeal.
And as I already explained, that's no issue. But Flavian literally said that the
So in case you're not following or is not getting, see if I can break it down. Bryce is saying, if it's how you're thinking that the Pope can just snap his fingers, write something, and that is going to be for sure dogmatically binding on the church, then why didn't he do that for this robber council? Why did he call another council? Like, why did he call another council if he is the highest authority, the highest, the end all be all, and what he says? Why even have a council in the first place? Talon is saying, well, the only reason why he had a council in the first place, even though he could do it, is because he wanted everybody to agree. Well, what does it matter about everybody agreeing, which is, I think, the whole point, if everybody recognizes the Pope's supreme jurisdiction anyway? If everybody in Christendom recognizes the Pope's supreme jurisdiction, then there's no reason to even hold a council. Just write the infallible statement, because it will be binding on all of the church, which Talon says that's what Flavian believed they could do anyway. I know that. Say what's up, and it's done. Bryce is like, well, okay, if that's the case, then it doesn't make sense that he would just want everybody to agree. It will make more sense as the consensus of the whole church or whatever, that you would do a council. Now, Talon said, well, we want councils. We're not against councils. Okay. But the whole point is that if it's the manner of how you're saying that the Pope has this particular type of authority, and that particular type of authority is recognized in all of Christendom, then it really wouldn't have been a need, that response being another ecumenical council. It could have been an annulment and an articulation by the Pope, which is the point of, I think that's what Bryce is trying to get at. So how is that low tier? So that's not what. Okay, goodness gracious, I don't know why I keep responding to you yellow-faced bots. I am reviewing the debate. I'm giving the objective understanding of both sides. Are you stupid? How am I not understanding? Is that not what Talon is saying? Is Talon not saying that the Pope wants council, so therefore the reason why he decided to do an ecumenical council is for everybody to quite literally agree? Is that not what he said? Is that not what he's saying? Even though he's saying he could have done it and he could have annulled it and not have made it a council, but the reason why he wants to go back to make an ecumenical council is because he wants everybody to ascend to that understanding and everybody to agree. Is that not what he's saying? Charismatic, is that not what he's Talon is saying? Yes or no? Answer the question. Is that not what Talon? Did I misrepresent Talon right there? Yes or no? Okay, okay, charismatic. Talon said that is what he's saying. Now, charismatic, open your dog breath mouth and tell me I'm misrepresenting Talon. Again, please. Talon said I'm not misrepresenting him. Okay, so then why the frick are you opening your mouth and saying that I'm not understanding what he's saying? If Talon just said I understood what he's saying. Again, you're an idiot, bro. Stop talking to me. Like, be quiet. You're so dumb. What did I say? What did I say? You said I said something dumb about our view. What did I say? What did I say? Oh, wait, what did I say? What did I agree with? I'm literally giving both sides of the argument. I'm saying what Bryce J is saying, and I'm saying what Talon is saying. I'm saying what they're saying when I'm breaking down the argument. Are you dumb? Are you an idiot? Are you an idiot? I'm not holding one or the other. I'm saying what each person is saying. What's wrong with you? I'm giving a review and commentary. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you idiots, bro? What is wrong with y'all? Goodness gracious, bro. Y'all need to grow up for real.
Pope alone can do the issue just by writing a simple letter.
Hey, bro, kick rocks, bro. Yeah, kick rocks. Talon, you say something stupid, I'm blocking you too.
Okay. So that first off, the thing that I just read here is not making that specific statement. I'm reading the appeal to Leo of him establishing a council. But I'll go ahead and just move on from that because this is not going anywhere. You mentioned how...
And now you're blocked. Idiot.
How Eusebius appealed to Rome and used extremely supremacist language as a testimony, asking Rome to nullify Ephesus too, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if this was something that was simply done, then why in session 1 did Eusebius state that the council was a holy council, as Father Richard Price even denotes himself that the council was not nullified yet?
Well, what I would have to respond to that, I would just say that they're calling in a holy council insofar as it's just honorifics within the council, not necessarily that this council was still received as a council and it was for Chalcedon to nullify it. Because as we see within the 10th session, it was Leo who nullified it, and the bishops literally gave their testimony to say that Leo nullified it. So them saying that Ephesus 2 was a holy council does not mean that it was no longer nullified. That's an argument from silence.
Even if people were to say that Leo had nullified the council, specifically like in session 10, obviously that was not the overall consensus of the people at that time, because they were the people that were a part of Ephesus 2 were still calling it a holy council. So again, if it was still a quote unquote holy council by these people, if it was nullified and it was already nullified by this time, then why were they still referring to it as a holy council if it was a robber synod by that point?
And as I already explained, this is an argument from silence just because...
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it is not. I literally just stated how Eusebius appealed to Rome, right, to nullify the council. Like this, which is what your argument is.
Mm-hmm.
And then at session 1 in Chalcedon, it's still referred to as a holy council by multiple people that attended Ephesus 2. So if it was already nullified by that point, then why were people still appealing to it as a holy council? That it was still valid, because a holy council means that it's valid.
Okay. So what I would ask for you, can you bring me more than
Ask for me?
Yeah. What I'm asking is just a clarifier or anything. Was there any other bishops that
Sean with 2 N said, why is everybody press? It's just a review? Because they're bots, bro. They're bots. Like, they're not real people. They're NPCs. I'm trying to tell you. Blocking the NPCs, bro. I don't have time for it. I don't care.
refer to this as a holy council besides Eusebius?
I don't have that specifically in my cross-examinations. It's regarding Eusebius.
I know.
This my cross-examination is regarding Eusebius.
It's also
So that's not something that I'm bringing for the
clarifier.
question. That's not a clarifier. You're just asking me to further bolster my argument. That's not what I'm doing. I'm asking you a
Go
specific
ahead and repeat the
situation.
question, and I'll start the time again.
So again, I'm going to ask you this one more time, and then I'm going to move on. Is that if Eusebius believed that the council was still a holy council by that time, then again, that at least shows that there were people that did not believe that, right? That did not believe that it was nullified yet, right?
Probably Alexandria in their diocese.
Okay, so Dor Lamb is Alexandria.
No, because as Dorlim, because he literally asked Leo to annul the council. Why would he ask? Never mind, I can't say that. So for Eusebius, he asked the Pope to nullify the council. And what I can concede is that probably the Alexandrian patriarch in the diocese about that was under Alexandria probably still viewed it as an ecumenical council.
Okay, I'm just gonna move on. Regarding, because you're a papal minimalist, right?
Yes.
I have a syllogism for you,
Okay.
and you let me know if any of these are incorrect.
Okay.
Premise 1 is that the Pope can only speak ex cathedra with the consent and guidance of the bishopric.
And by God, yes.
Okay. Premise 2, if a section of the bishopric disagrees with the Pope on what he wishes to decree, then they can debate about it, and the statement is not infallible until the bishopric reaches a conclusion.
No.
So it needs the consent of the bishops, yet...
Wait.
So it needs the consent of the bishops, but if some of the bishops disagree with whatever that thing is, then therefore it's still infallible.
As I already clarified in my opening, if you were listening, the bishops help formulate the decree, not make the decree infallible. That is for by the Roman Pontiff and by the assistance of God. The bishops playing a role in formulating the decree, not making the decree infallible. That's a straw man.
So it said,
I don't think he. In case anybody didn't catch that, Bryce is asking him, can the Pope make an infallible decree without the consent of the bishops? Talon said no. Then Bryce is saying, okay, so then if the bishops don't agree with the Pope's decree, then therefore the Pope's decree can't be infallible, right? Talon then said incorrect, which means it still can be infallible. And his reason is because what makes it infallible is not the bishop's consent, but God, the pontiff itself. So then, why do you need the bishops to help formulate? You could just do it yourself. You don't need the bishops to formulate it. So then, the Pope can make an infallible decree without the help of the bishops, without the consent of the bishopric.
says if a section, why am I getting a freaking Discord call, dude? Sorry. If a section of the bishopric disagrees with what the Pope on what he wishes to decree, then they debate about it.
Yes.
Then what the Pope wishes to decree would not be infallible until the bishopric reaches a conclusion, right?
No.
So what the Pope wishes to decree is infallible, even during the discourse between the bishops. Well, so that means regardless of what the bishops come up with, whether they agree or not, the wishes of the Pope is still infallible, regardless. That's problematic. That is problematic, for sure. Because now that means that every single Pope was right. Every Pope that was ever a Pope was right.
Because you're making, look, there's a difference between making the decree and making the decree infallible. The Pope cannot issue out the decree if it does not have the consensus amongst the bishops. But he can make the decree infallible without the consensus amongst the bishops. That's what...
What? Hold on. Let's do that slow.
The Pope cannot issue out between making the decree and making the decree infallible.
There's a difference between making the decree and making the decree infallible. Bryce's question, though, was that what the Pope is wishing to decree is not infallible until the consensus of the bishopric, right? Talon said, no, that's not right. Which means that what the Pope is wishing to decree is infallible. But then, look,
there's a difference between making the decree.
There's a difference between making the decree
and making the decree infallible.
And making the decree infallible. How does that make sense if what the Pope is wishing to decree is infallible, whether or not the bishopric agree or not.
The Pope cannot issue out the decree if it does not have the consent among.
The Pope cannot issue out the decree unless it has the consent amongst the bishopric, even though what the Pope wants to issue out is infallible.
Amongst the bishops, but he can make the decree infallible without the consensus amongst the bishops. That's what we teach.
Okay, so the Diocese of Alexandria.
So the only thing I can see from that is, so there are a bunch of, there is a possibility where there could be a bunch of infallible decrees that we just don't know yet.
Andrea accepted the Tome of Leo before, like, after the Tome of Leo was put out in 449.
Hold on, what did he say? Hold on.
Amongst the bishops. That's what we teach.
Okay, so the Diocese of Alexandria accepted the Tome of Leo before, like, after the Tome of Leo was put out in 449.
No, they didn't accept it.
Okay, so that, yeah, so then in that case, did Leo get the consent of the entire bishopric?
Yes.
Bro, what? One more time.
Yeah,
One more time.
accepted the Tome.
Amongst the bishops. That's what we teach.
Okay, so the Diocese of Alexandria accepted the Tome of Leo before, like, after the Tome of Leo was put out in 449.
No, they didn't accept it.
Okay, so that, yeah, so then in that case, did Leo get the consent of the entire bishopric?
Okay, in case y'all not tracking that. Talon said, so Bryce is harping on what Talon said. Talon said the decree can be made fallible, but he can't put it out. He can't issue it out unless he gets the consent of all of the bishopric. The Tome of Leo was put out, but didn't get the consent of Alexandria. Therefore, didn't get consent of all the bishopric. Therefore, Vatican's articulation of these things is incorrect. It's not ecclesiastical. Or at least lining up with the past ecclesia.
Yes.
But now he's saying, yeah, he did.
Look, because
Alexandria is the bishopric.
No. Well, hold on. Because I don't think that, because I can positively say that if there's a 70-30, 60-40, right? If let's say that 60% agrees and 40% disagrees, I can say that by majority consensus, all the bishops agree.
Oh, this is so cope. Is that how it goes nowadays? In the Vatican, do the majority of the bishops have to agree? Or do all the bishops have to agree? Is it a 60-40 split of the cardinals of bishopric for the Pope to make an extra-teacher statement? Or is all of them? Like, what are we doing?
What?
Because it's orthodox. If those
So then it's not the guidance of the entire bishopric, like your position states.
Right.
it is.
How?
Just because
No,
that
it's
there's
not.
just because that there's a heretic within
It's an
the
entire patriarchate.
but if he's a heretic, it does not render it at all.
The tome is what makes him a heretic, right?
Yes.
So then that wouldn't even apply to that, because it would be okay. Sorry. I mean, I don't really have another question for that. I was just going to further explain that, but it's not really part of the cross exam. You can move on.
I think Bryce was trying to say, well, the tome is the thing that's making him a heretic. But he wasn't a heretic before that. They weren't heretical before that. So you need their consent. You know what I mean? Like to make that thing the thing. I think that's what he's trying to say.
All right. So we didn't really talk about closing statements. Thank you guys for the cross examinations. Do you want like a 5-minute closing or a 3-minute closing each?
I don't really care about to say. I don't really care too much about one, but we can kind of spitball something if you want.
Yeah, let's just do a quick like 3-minute one each. I'll just throw up the timer and we'll stay in this format here. Talon, you'll go first.
Yeah.
I'll start the timer. Yeah, go ahead.
So I think that this debate was very fruitful. We both learned from each other. Very good arguments presented by Bryce J. He's a smart individual, and he actually did get me with some of his arguments in the cross exams. Not gonna lie. I fully respect what he's doing.
So he admitted to blundering a bunch of times. Got it.
He's a great man. He's very smart, and I'm very thankful that he took time out of his day to debate me. And with this, and I actually do also want to say something here, that if anyone is like they don't like that, if they have a poor understanding on the papacy, just read the councils and like this what the scholars have to say. Don't just like take all of your information on TikTok and YouTube shorts. Like, don't be a dumbass. And what I would like to say with this for my closing is that I think I did a good job vindicating my position. I think that I've fully proven Vatican I in its essence, and as my burden of proof already demonstrated earlier, in that I think that this was a very good, fruitful debate. I think that we both learned something new. And I hope that Bryce J comes to the Catholic faith, and I pray that he becomes a devout Catholic. So with that, I end my time.
Thank you for that. I'm just typing your channel name into the comments here. It's Talon for Christ, right?
Yes, Talon for Christ.
Yeah. Just go ahead and subscribe to Talon. I appreciate you coming up here and debating that. And debating the papacy. Bryce, restart the time here.
So I appreciate this debate massively. This was my very first formal debate on the papacy. This is actually something that was kind of on my bucket list, especially, and thankfully my good friend Talon was the one to participate in that with me. A really, really smart kid. I'm gonna go ahead and completely give him that. Very, very smart kid. And like same thing as what Talon said. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, there's a couple of things that when he first asked it, I was like, I didn't read that. You know what I mean? Like, and then like I had to kind of like start sifting through my stuff. So I mean, there was definitely multiple things that I had to look more into, especially during the rebuttals and stuff. But at the same time, though, right, I also agree with Talon on saying how you should not get your information from TikTok Shorts. Don't go to somebody's TikTok slideshow posts and get your position off of those people. I'm looking at anybody in the chat that thinks that slideshow debates are a good idea. But I do believe that I've vindicated my position. I think that there might have been a little bit of confusion on both of our positions when it came to like what we affirm and what we don't affirm, like when we were arguing against each other, which kind of made it a little bit speculative at times. But I do believe that I was able to vindicate orthodoxy today, specifically with my argumentation.
Mm-hmm.
And I do believe also it was a very fruitful debate. It's definitely better than the last debate I had with freaking atheists on Christian ethics, that's for sure. But I'm sure Wi-Fi Gospel knows all about that. But yeah, that's pretty much all that I have, and I'm ready to go to Q&A and get absolutely obliterated by the papists sending super chats.
Awesome.
No, this was a dope squabble. I just wish they weren't such d-heads. We could all just enjoy the squabble and have it out. I really wish we could, but unfortunately, they gotta be d-heads on purpose, and we gotta block them because they don't know how to control themselves and act. Like they're just foaming at. They're like Muslims, bro. They're foaming at the mouth for no reason. We're just reviewing, having a good old time.
Thank you for that. And I just put Bryce J's channel link in the comments section as well. Go ahead and subscribe to Bryce. It was a great debate. I appreciate both of you coming up here. It takes balls to come up on the stage and defend your worldview. So props to you guys. All right. We'll get into, let me get rid of this timer. We'll get into this Q&A here. We'll do at least 30 minutes. And if we want to do more, we can, but we decided 30 minutes. So we'll stick to that for now. Richie Torres, last chance, by the way, to get your super chats in. I'm just going to go in the order that they came. Richie Torres, God bless, bro. What's up? No more late night debates with Joel. Hope you're good, brother. Thank you for the support. I will be doing one soon with him. Downloading Silent Hill 2 on my Xbox. Hopefully it's done before he is. This was during Talon's opening. There were long opening statements, right? A lot of debates usually don't have.
The papacy stuff's got to be 20 minutes though, normally, bro. Like, I'm not going to lie to you. There's a lot of argumentation that needs to be gotten through before like we start arguing. Because if we just start
do y'all want to watch the Q&A? Or apparently there's like some cool stuff that happened in the Q&A. I didn't see. This is all new. I haven't seen this part. Do y'all want to check out the Q&A or what? Let me say yeah. So yeah. All right, we can watch it.
arguing about stuff with like a 5-minute opening, it's going to sound like we're just like spitballing things out of nowhere.
Yeah, and like literally, like my beginning was like, and I truly did really try to defend the Orthodox. Hey man,
Money on us will get well. And if papacy true, why filioque false?
Great question.
It's such an interesting question, but I'll take it serious for this time. So, since that the papacy is a divinely instituted thing by Jesus Christ, it cannot be the case that the filioque would be false, because since that the papacy has declared it to be a divinely revealed truth, the filioque just cannot be false. So the
It ain't because the Pope said it ain't.
question, if papacy true, why filioque false, it's just not a correct question to ask, because it doesn't understand what the papacy is.
That'd be a question, bro.
Or then the filioque doesn't come from the papacy then. One of the two. Therefore, it's not even a thing in question regardless of the church.
All right. Thank you, Maximus, for the $2. Appreciate you. Let's talk God. Thank you for the $10. Question for Talon. Is the Pope allowed to disregard a canon on jurisdiction from a previous ecumenical council that was previously confirmed by the papacy?
Yes, we call this the authentic magisterium. It's when the Pope exercises supreme authority, but necessarily doesn't make it a final disclusive reading, like a final disclusive thing. My bad. Because with
Bro, they just be saying stuff. They just making up stuff. Like, so the Pope can say this is binding, but then later on in life, something when there's a mistake to be had, the Pope that notices that mistake, she's like, well, it ain't like supremely binding. It's just authoritatively binding. But what I'm saying, the correction, that's supremely binding. So then what if he makes a mistake? Is that now like what is this, man? All right, bro.
within the Pope's authentic magisterium, he can very much issue out a decree without it being final, right? But it would just be definitive for his time. So, like, for an example, just give an example, like Bishop Bryce J. Pope Bryce J. He can decree that for a time being that Alexandria has jurisdiction over this place. But then future Pope, Pope Alex can say, well, no, I take back what he said, because, you know, times can change. It's only a disciplinary matter. So it's within the Pope's authentic magisterium that he can do this.
What is this, bro? That's just what. Then there's nothing really held about anything, right? Like, everything can just be annulled. If that's the case, then just submit to Antioch. Then, since we can just change everything, then fine.
Bryce, you want anything?
No, I'm not gonna do that.
Okay.
I'm not gonna rebut his question that he answered. I don't think that works well during these.
Okay, no worries. I was just saying at the beginning that I would give 1 minute to do that. So if you don't want to, you don't have to.
I don't really care to. Talon, do you want to just get through questions?
Yeah.
Cool. All right, we'll just do that then. Whoever the question is asked to can answer for 2 minutes, and that's it. Cool.
Yeah.
Maximus, thanks for the $5. He says, all right, real question now, Talon. If papacy true, why EED based?
Dude, oh my gosh, this guy again. Okay.
Who is that, bro? Like, what is this?
Once again, so if the papacy true, i.e. base, I'll just explain the same I did. Since the papacy is a divine institution, what it declares cannot err, right? But since that we have formally declared at Florence, EED cannot be true. So now that's how the way I'll answer the question with all seriousness. Like, that's the best way I can do it.
Cool. Now, Brad Goodnight has supported a ton tonight.
That's my
Appreciate
godfather.
that.
That's my
Well,
godfather.
he has a ton of questions for you, Bryce, so get ready. First one. Why did the council explicitly state that its canons required the Bishop of Rome's confirmation to be valid if Rome did not hold universal authority?
I would just say that applies pretty much to any diocese where it's something.
I was gonna say it's about the actual communal articulation of Christendom. Like, what?
Explicitly with Chalcedon, of course, Rome was required because Rome was the main cause of Chalcedon in the first place. So, like, in our position, right? Like, when it says like Rome has to ascend to the council, yeah, cool. Like, we totally are okay with that position, and we don't deny that in Orthodoxy. We do believe that Rome is required to ascend to something, just as the same as every other patriarchate would be required in conciliarism.
All right, next question from Brad Goodnight, another $5. Thank you very much. If the papacy didn't possess Vatican I type jurisdiction, how do you explain Leo's veto of Canon 28, annulling a canon already approved by the entire East?
Because the East didn't adhere to it. That's why. That's how. Because the East didn't adhere to it, and Justinian ratified it itself. That's why. That's how.
I would honestly just say that this wasn't even exercised by the East, especially after Leo. We can see that very specifically in Saint Justinian's edicts, and the fact that it was considered a binding consciousness, especially across the entire East.
Right.
So the East actually still remained following Canon 28. So I don't
Exactly.
really think that shows some form of special jurisdiction in Rome.
If anything, it defeats it. It's a defeater to it.
Next one from Brad Goodnight. Again, thank you for the $10.
I'm losing it, man.
Man spent $30 for 3 questions.
If Rome lacked universal, final, infallible type authority, why did Chalcedon refuse to define dogma until its formula was judged and approved by Leo, instead of judging Leo by an independent standard?
I mean, I'd say that they did judge Leo by an independent standard. They judged him specifically by the Cyril's Christology. I mean,
I was gonna say, isn't that what they did at the council? They compared it to Leo.
Like
I mean,
when
to Cyril.
when you say that, like, why did Chalcedon refuse to define dogma? They did immediately define dogma. They based everything based off of Nicaea, Constantinople, and Ephesus, and that would be considered the dogma that was already declared. And then they compared Leo's tome to that.
Just my spot. All right, here we are. Enlightened to seek for the 2 Australian fake money in Australia. Australia is not real, but I appreciate the $2. Host put a clock next to them next time. Yeah, I got to figure out how to do it while I'm not up here. I kind of did one on the fly there, but thank you for that. Brad, good night. Another $10. Thank
$40, guys.
you so much. If the church always had local...
Hey, if I debate you again, bro, this guy can't be. You gotta ban this dude from the chat, bro. I can't get answer all these.
No, he's
These
getting
are good. These are good. These are
priority
good. These are good questions. Though. I like this. Yeah, because he's sending you a bunch of money, Alex.
Man, shout out to my godfather, man. I love my godfather.
I like his question. I like his questions. They're pretty intricate.
If the church always had local, regional, and conciliar jurisdictions, what principle stops the hierarchy before the universal level, when that's the only level that can resolve conflicts between synods?
If the church always had local, regional, and conciliar jurisdictions, and what principle stops the hierarchy before the universal level, when that's the only level that can resolve conflicts between synods? I mean, the universal level would be considered the conciliarism of the jurisdiction in of itself. So if there is a conciliarism, that would be the universal level. So I'm not really sure what that means.
Elijah Yossi, $10. Thank you. Bryce, you said Pope Pius IX is wrong on his understanding of Vatican I. He's the Pope who attended the council. Do you think you know Vatican I better than the Pope?
I don't think he said it's understanding. I think he said it's a contradiction. And yeah, what he said was simply contradicting.
Pope who attended the council?
Well, I mean, that's not really a question to ask me as an Orthodox Christian. Obviously, I think that the papacy is wrong in general. So, I mean, that's why I said that, the way that I worded the way that I showed Pastor Eternus, specifically in chapter 3, the way that it words that documentation is that with what Talon said regarding Pope Pius IX, I'd have to look more into what Pope Pius IX said around that. I don't read Pope Pius IX. But I'm not saying that I know more than Pope Pius IX. No, I'm definitely not saying that. I'm just saying that my argument was through Pastor Eternus, chapter 3 specifically. And if Pope Pius IX said something else or whatever, then I would honestly say that seems to contradict whatever that was.
Brad, good night. Another $5. Thank you very much. If Bryce lives in the West under
$45, guys.
an Eastern Orthodox bishop, isn't that either a jurisdictional breach or an illicit attempt at universal jurisdiction?
What? What does that even mean?
I don't even know what the hell that means. I mean, we have Eastern churches that come to the West, and then they're considered Eastern churches. So I don't, just because I'm geolocated to the West, that doesn't mean that then therefore there's some weird jurisdictional boundary like that. I mean, we have a
Man said Orthodox Christians can only be in the East. No Orthodox Christians in America. That's not allowed. What?
we have a hierarchy of metropolitans and stuff like that run certain jurisdictions in the U.S., which then still have to appeal to the actual patriarch that's in. I'm Antiochian, so I fall under Metropolitan Saba, who is in America, but that doesn't. He's a metropolitan of, I think, Detroit, the Detroit region. But he's still under our patriarch in the East.
Can I add something?
You go ahead.
I just wanna say Alex is absolutely making bank with these donations, dude. I swear, making bank today, bro.
Hey, YouTube's making a little bit too, right? They take 30%. Thank you guys. You guys are the stars here. I just sit here and read questions, you know.
And take the money, man.
All right,
Gotta
next.
make back all that money that we spent at DB6, bro.
Yeah. Bryce already crowdfunded his way there, so I'm doing it on the back end.
Bryce, we could have just had this debate before your trip, and it would have paid for it all.
Yeah, dude, he
Good
wouldn't
for
have given you
me.
that money. Alex would have stole all of it, man. He'd been like, no, there's my DB6 trip.
All right, wrongful rage 9405, $5. Thank you very much. He says this is explainable through Canon 3 of Constantinople 1, Ecumenical 381. Ask him about dispute of Pope Stephen versus Saint Cyprian. This might be for Talon.
This might be for
there's-
me. I would need to know the
Who's-
context. I would need to know the
Yeah, I
context.
don't really know.
there's-
About to say,
I
I'm not
did
sure
ask
either.
him.
Yeah.
I asked him for more context, and this is what he said. I don't know if this helps. Pope made edict that barbarians could baptize themselves. Saint Cyprian was second in West and held local synod in North Africa to refute papal claim, never excommunicated. And wrongful raise.
Oh, hold on.
Saint Cyprian was second.
Wait a minute.
Ask him.
Yeah.
I asked him for more context, and this is what he said. I don't know if this helps. Pope made edict that barbarians could baptize themselves.
A pope made an edict that barbarians can baptize themselves.
Saint Cyprian was second in West and held local synod in North Africa.
Saint Cyprian held a synod in Africa,
To refute papal claim,
refuting that papal claim,
never excommunicated.
and was never excommunicated. But didn't Saint Cyprian know that the Pope is infallible in his decree on faith and morals? Didn't Saint Cyprian understand that Vatican I was going to say that the popes can't err when they're speaking from the chair on faith and morals? Baptism is about faith and morals, guys. Just in case I didn't know that.
And wrongful raise did say yes, it was for Talon.
Okay, so how the way that I respond with Saint Cyprian in that matter, no case scenario would Cyprian be vindicated as Orthodox in this case, because if you admit that Cyprian was under the jurisdiction of Rome, then Pope Saint Stephen had every right to excommunicate him, and he had every right to depose. Like, that's within his right, because if he's under the jurisdiction of Rome, or if we can say that, well, he wasn't under the jurisdiction of Rome, then Cyprian is literally saying that the Pope, that he is trying to attempt to go outside of his own jurisdiction. And he's saying that only tyrants act this way. So I would say that in either case scenario, Cyprian is wrong, because when you go to the rebaptismal controversy, not even St. Augustine accepted what Cyprian thought. And I'm going to read you what St. Augustine said about Cyprian. This is what Augustine says about St. Cyprian. Let me pull it up. This is what Augustine says. He says, and I quote, "I do not accept what Blessed Cyprian thought about baptizing heretics and schismatics, because the church for which Blessed Cyprian shed his blood for does not accept this." St. Augustine says that what the church holds is not what Cyprian holds. So all case scenarios, Cyprian would not be vindicated as Orthodox.
All right. Louis KN 4PM for the 5 Swiss franc. Thank you. Appreciate it. For Talon, if Anatolius believed that Ephesus 2.
Mhm.
See, there's my prot coming out. All right. Ephesus 2 is instantaneously annulled. Did he effectively deny his own episcopacy since he was consecrated at Ephesus 2?
That is an amazing question. And the answer is no. Because when we see that when Ephesus 2 was overturned, Leo accepted him as bishop, even though that the action done was illicit. But Leo still accepted him as bishop and received him into his own communion. So just because Anatolius believed that Ephesus 2 was overturned, but still he was still bishop, he was still bishop because Leo accepted him, and he accepted him as bishop. So no, Anatolius did not effectively deny his own episcopate by saying that Ephesus 2 was overturned. because Leo denied some things and he accepted some things within Ephesus too.
Right. Elijah Yossi for the 20 bomb. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Bryce, in Lateran 649, Rome is the only Orthodox patriarchate. The whole East fell into heresy. Did the Pope have the full consent of the Church? If not, why did St. Maximus the Confessor believe Rome alone was enough?
Well, I recently started studying the papacy about a month and a half ago. I have not looked into any of the events surrounding Lateran 649, so I can't really give a specific statement on that. I'm sorry you had to waste $20 for that, but the only things that I've currently looked into is the events surrounding Chalcedon and the events surrounding Constantinople too, and a little bit of the third Constantinople Council as well.
All right, sorry about that, Elijah. Go study, Bryce.
Thank you. I will. It's something I study. I just for a month and a half I basically just banged out stuff from Chalcedon. I didn't really, and then I did a little bit of stuff on Constantinople too because thought it was interesting. But like,
Yeah,
again, I haven't studied
I'm sure
Lateran
there's
649 yet.
Yeah, there's tons of material, I'm sure, regarding the papacy debate. All right, Cleave to Antiquity with the $2. Thank you very much. Question for Talon: if papacy real, why Bryce win debate?
Good question. Good question.
W Cleave, dude.
But something that's really interesting with Cleave, I would actually like to formally debate Cleave to Iniquity. If I formally challenge you to a formal debate, Cleave to Iniquity, and
He can't do that yet, though.
We can set it up. DM me. We can get it started soon as next month or 2 months. Let me know the time.
Can I want to say something about that real quick, by the way, because Cleve's Antiquity just recently became a catechumen and he's not debating until he actually receives that blessing, I think, through being baptized and stuff. So that's not something that he's doing. He's going through catechesis.
But look, but I will say this. Anytime when he's want to debate the papacy, tell him to DM me.
All right, you heard it, Cleave. In a couple of years when you're baptized and you get the blessing, it's on.
Couple years, is he in Rokor? Holy moly,
Dude, I don't know how long these takes. I'm not even a catechumen yet. All right, take it easy on me.
Couple years is wild. I'm not gonna hold you.
All right. Wyan Boo, thank you for the $5. Appreciate it. Question for Talon: why is Agen running from Wayne the Great?
Because Agen don't want that smoke, man. I'll tell you why Agen don't want that smoke. He gonna get his ass whooped. He already know. He gonna get that ass whooped if he debate Wayne, man. And man, Agen don't want that smoke, man. I don't
ever want to see you up on this panel ever again.
Agen know that ass will get whooped if he'll try to ever debate Wayne. That boy. Agen knows what's up, man.
Maximos again with the 5. Thank you. Question for Talon. L answers, by the way, so I got another one. If papacy true, why does Polymos have so much aura?
I'm not answering that. I'm not answering.
Bro, can we get some like what is this? Can we get some serious questions, please? Like what's going
on? Contemporary compendium.
Agen just said, "Why did I catch a stray?" That's what Agen said in the chat.
INRMDS. Am I supposed to say that, or is that just a spelling?
Yeah. Okay.
Inrumdus. Question for Talon: can popes be heretics, and can they be deposed? If so, how would this go about?
Yes, a pope can be a heretic, and yes, he can be deposed. This is what the scholastics and theologians say. And how the way that this would happen is 3 steps must be acquired. First, the pope must be warned. 2, he must be suspended. And 3, a council must depose him. So the pope can be a heretic, and he can be deposed with the 3 lawful criteria proposed.
So stole the words out of my face, Jackie. So Pope that's infallible can be a heretic, guys. Like, what even is this? This is just
Schoolboy, thank you for the $1. Also, thank you for not spam banning everyone. That made you upset. That was good. I like to see that. Octavian with the $10. Tip for Chef Bryce J for some great at cooking. Well, I'll take that tip on his behalf, and I'll.
Thank you.
I've already sent him enough super chats, so it's a wash.
Yeah, it's all good. He's dedicated some super chats to my channel, so we're good.
All right. Wrongful Rage with another $5. Thank you very much. Talon, Augustine died in 440s. The dispute between Stephen and Saint Cyprian was in 807. Explain how he made a quote about on Saint Cyprian.
Wait. What? I don't think that's true. Yeah. Saint Cyprian died in 258. How could there be a dispute between Stephen and Saint Cyprian in 807? I don't know what they're talking about.
Oh, I think I misread. I'm unfamiliar with the dispute with Stephen and Saint Cyprian in 807, so I cannot.
Is it a different Saint Cyprian? Are we talking about maybe it's a different Saint? Do we have more than one Saint Cyprian? Saint Cyprian of what? I'm thinking you're talking about Saint Cyprian of Carthage, which is probably what Talon thought. So is there a different Saint Cyprian? Let me see. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what.
I cannot give you a full proper.
Saint Cyprian. (807). Yeah, I don't know what Saint Cyprian he's talking about. Oh, the questioner blundered. Okay, makes sense. I was like, what's Bud saying?
Response. I thought you were mentioning the dispute that happened in the 3rd century with Stephen and Cyprian.
And the last one, if anybody wants to get more in, now is the time. We have Inrams again. Bryce, are microplastics under anathema?
Yes.
Yes.
But sadly,
Easy.
sadly, I drink plastic. I need to stop. But glass is a bit inconvenient in today's world. So
Yeah, my wife, thank God for wives.
Man, can we
Probably
get
have recently whatever. Another $2. Thank you very much.
What is
Talon, if I ask nicely, will you become Orthodox?
Bro, dude, like I feel like all the serious questions have been asked to Bryce and like these dumbass questions.
Ecclesia Romana, €5. I just got dog, I'm in there. You got pounds. I'm a proper what do they call 'em?
DJ.
I'm a proper roadman now. For Bryce, does Eusebius calling the robber council holy change the fact that he believed Leo could annul and reinstate him as bishop? Like
I mean, I would just
Theodoret.
well, I mean, let me actually pull it up here because that specific statement that he makes is the apostolic throne has been from the beginning to defend those who are suffering injustice. Wherefore, I, being entangled in unavoidable embarrassments, fly to the only refuge after the help of God. In my affliction and extremity, desiring to find a release from the ills that have befallen me, to your see, I entreat your blessedness, pronounce the reversal, evacuatio, and nullify of any unjust condemnation by the most religious Dioscorus and of their decree, and give me back the dignity of my episcopate and communion with yourself. Yeah, I would just say that he's appealing something in a very flowery way, and he's saying, Rome, please help me. Right? There's nothing wrong with it with somebody appealing to Rome in regards to saying, please help me. Like because remember when you think about it in Ephesus too, Rome was the only patriarchate left. So if he's appealing to Rome to actually solve the problem, that doesn't automatically mean that then Rome has some special jurisdiction. It's because Rome was literally the only patriarchate left.
Wait, and can I?
But
I want to say something with that Stephen and Cyprian, dude.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm so confused. because what happened in 807? Like there was a, yeah, bro. Like the dispute between Stephen and Cyprian was in the 9th century. I am so confused on what you're referring to. I think I'll have to do some research to it. I am so unsure on, and I think I might be unwell.
I don't. Am I
I
tripping, or is there a Saint Cyprian in 807? I don't know about one.
I don't remember them being in like a whole rebaptismal controversy in the 9th century. I'm pretty sure that happened in the 3rd century. I'm pretty sure he's mistaken.
I don't know about somebody that in the 807 named Saint Cyprian. Maybe I'm just not read in the 9th century, but I don't know about anybody named that in 807.
Bro, this guy Agan has me dead, bro. He's like rebaptismal controversy part 2, the movie. The guy has me dead, bro.
Emmanuel, thank you for the $5. Maybe have get a metal water bottle.
Oh,
Thank you very much. Are you considering becoming a Waynian?
oh my God. Bro.
Dude,
Where's the real
$5.
questions?
Question for Talon. Can a pope, while in heresy, speak ex cathedra since he still has the power because of his seat before being formally excommunicated?
I would say no, because God would either kill the Pope or just impede him before making
Did God unalive Pope Honorius?
an ex cathedra statement. Because like the Pope became buying the church into heresy. So
What? So what happened with Honorius? Did he not try to bind the church into that heresy, ex cathedrally or whatever the frick? And then was it deemed heretic? What's up with Buddy? So
what would happen is that God would just impede the Pope, probably making his hands.
Can he give an example?
Move or just like killing him in general. Like the Pope, he cannot bind the church in a heresy. No.
Appeal to God killing people, bro. That's a fallacy. That's got to be a fallacy somewhere.
All right. Next, in room Bryce, are you going to make another Filioque book?
I mean, I don't go argue philosophically. I'll just announce it for the SN2. It's not.
Dude, oh my gosh. So, like, what are these questions, dude? Look, like we don't pray to like a two-handed God like how the way that they do. We just say that the reference of the God is the same. Like that's literally it. Like we don't literally believe. Like we pray to a two-handed God first.
So that's actually our topic of conversation today. Praying, do we have the same God? I'll go over the argument again once we're done with this Q&A.
Say, bro, like what is this, bro?
Wrongfully anathematized.
That I'm still looking into the issue.
Oh, now he looking into it
because it's within the overwhelming scholars that like Honorius was not a heretic. Like majority of the scholarly patristics do say.
Well, then was the Pope wrong in calling him a heretic? If the scholars say he wasn't a heretic, but then the Pope, his successor, says he was a heretic, what now? What then? Who should we believe? Who should we believe? What is this, bro?
Say this, but me myself, I cannot make a full statement on it because I'm still researching the matter.
Okay. Contemporary compendium, $2. Thank you very much. If papacy real,
Jackie said, "Who? Sorry, I missed the name. Pope Honorius."
why women run Vatican City?
Dude, what is this?
Cleave to antiquity, $5. Mortalitum, I'm definitely not saying that right. Mortalium Animos says prayer services with Muslims is apostasy. Does that mean the modern popes are apostates? Sorry, I had to do the emojis.
No, the answer is no, because that was only for their time being. So
You see what I'm talking about? You see what I'm saying, bro? Do you see what I'm saying, bro? Did they say it was only for the time being? Huh? What? Did they say it was just for this time period? Huh? Come on, man. What are we doing? What are we talking about? Just baiting and switching, just pulling the rug, never minding. Oh, wait, never mind. Western, oh, wait, never mind. All right, man.
it was only like a disciplinary matter, not like a full, final, conclusive ruling. It was only disciplinary.
I think that's like our go-to. Like, if it gets you in trouble, just say it's not disciplinary. Is prayer about faith? Is prayer under the context of faith and morals or not? Is praying with a heretic a moral thing or not? Is praying with somebody that denies your Lord and Savior as Lord and God, is that a moral thing or not? Like, what are we talking about? What are we saying? It's not, that's just disciplinary. Like, come on, bro.
Right, and I think that is all of the super chats. I was told I would be doxxed if I didn't do this, so this is just for the memes. But we have a friend who
Hi,
wants to say hi.
Oh my.
All right. That's it. We're done. Okay.
In a world
Ooh.
drowning in
Sorry. Guys. That was the debate. That was a debate between Bryce J and Robert Tolan. The boys were squabbling. Clearly Tolan has been studying this way longer than Bryce. For the month and a half of Bryce's study, I feel like he did a really good job. I think that there should probably be around 2. I think it was edgy. I can't say who. I don't think there was a clear-cut winner. I think that they both punched each other in the face pretty good a couple times. I'm trying to curb my biases, of course. Just to be unbiased. I think it's edgy. It's edgy. Because Buddy for sure contradicted himself a couple times, but Bryce also said some things I was like, kind of got you there, right? Had him stuck a little bit in certain places. I mean, I think, especially when it comes to, that's also why I haven't debated the papacy like that for real, like that, because there's a lot to go over and understand, like a lot. Right, I'm surprised. I think it was a little interesting how they just kept it to Chalcedon, yet Talon brought other things besides Chalcedon, right, to try to further the point for Chalcedon, whereas Bryce's focus was just Chalcedon. I guess call it strategy or whatever, but a little bit. I think that's a little dishonest. However, as far as entertainment-wise, as far as just intellectual stimulation, and debating, I think they both made great arguments. Both of their openings, a talent. I think I would give it to Talon as far as the opening goes. I think Bryce might have been a little tired. You know what I mean? You know, he's a father. He's been traveling. So Talon had more of a better presentation. You know what I mean? As far as that goes. But I think when it came to the cross examinations, I think Bryce kind of edged away with the cross exams. But I think Talon did great on his cross exams too. I don't know. I think Bryce could have fought back a little more when he was on the defense. I know he was trying to be charitable. He prioritizes charitability. I don't, unfortunately. If it's a squabble, it's a squabble. So we squabbling. I think he was being a little charitable in the sense of like he let him kind of dictate the narrative for that particular manner. If you had something to say, you finish your thought, you know. Marie about when? What? Twin said Marie V about the formal debate Kayla on the Trinity. Right now? What? Where? Who's live? Who's joined? On Ken's. I don't know who Ken is. All right. Well, I'm about to wrap this up anyway, so we're done. But anyway, guys, so I was just on his live. Okay, send it out. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna wrap it up anyway. So it's all good. So guys, this topic what we were talking about beforehand. If you didn't see the argument that I was putting forth, the other side holds that Muslims and Christians do worship the same God insofar as reference. Excuse me. Insofar as referent, not since, right? Because the referent is the God of Abraham. And my polemic is if you were to be logically if you're going to be consistent, thank you for the blessings. If you were to be consistent logically, then it's going to lead to biblical absurdity. Case in point, the golden calf. Exodus 32, 3 and 4, Aaron says that this is your God who brought you out of Egypt. Referent. There's no sense there. If it's going to be logically consistent, they have to say that the golden calf is the same God by referent. If they're going to be logically consistent. And then you're going to get into more absurdity of why God got mad. Is that idolatry? What even is idolatry then? That is the absurdity of holding to that view. Whereas from an Orthodox standpoint, we would just simply say that God doesn't actually exist. If there is a God, it is the triune God. That's it. The second prong of that argument is when you say referent, do you now then say that the Muslims have the Father? By referent. Not in sense, just by referent. Do they have the Father? By referent. They should say yes if they're going to be consistent. Now, if they say yes, if they say no, then they don't have the true God. Therefore, if you worship the same God as them, then you don't worship the true God, because the Father is only true God. If you say yes, the next question is, do they deny the Son? If you say yes, because they do, if you're going to be honest, then John says they don't have the Father. So John is a liar, according to y'all. Regardless, reference it doesn't make, you don't have the Father at all. You deny the Son. That's it. So that's the argument. I think that argument holds strong, holds true. And I don't think that I don't know what they would say to it because they don't want to engage in it. But we'll see. We're gonna battle test this. But yeah, y'all can write that down. Y'all can try it yourselves, see what you get. With that being said, thank you guys for tuning into the live. We're gonna wrap it up, and apparently Marie V is gonna be debating the Trinity on Ken's live. I've never seen Marie V debate, but we're gonna go support the sister. God bless you all in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Be safe. See safe.